and welcome back to Artifacts Worldswide, the lands of Aecathan.
Oh, wait.
How's everybody doing? Yes, it's where a bunch of people who some might say have played Dungeons & Dragons way too much decide they don't care and play Dungeons & Dragons a little bit more.
We told them to go F themselves.
We did.
Go find yourself
a D&D game and see what it's all about.
Yeah.
Oh,
Find yourself.
and then you too will be addicted.
Right. So yes. Wow. I'm getting weird feedback. I can hear us, and I'm not sure why.
Ooh. Hopefully it's not me.
My door is closed.
Yes. Well, anyway, I can learn to live with it. Once the music gets going, I probably won't be able to hear it anyway. So, a couple announcements. Yeah. Couple announcements before we get going. We are still hoping that you will join us in supporting the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. They provide assistance to the families of firefighters who've been injured or killed in the line of duty. They have been instrumental in helping out the families of the brave folks fighting the wildfires on the West Coast and in Colorado.
Yep.
But they support firefighters all over the country, 24/7, 365. So anything you can do to help them out, they would appreciate it. We would too. You'll be able to find the link to their donations page on our website, artifactsworldswide.com. And please go ahead and donate if you can. The other announcement is also tied to our website. We are still seeking your input on what we should be playing on board remotely, our Sunday show. We had been playing World of Warcraft, and while that is still in the running, we are also looking at 3 other games. We have tried 2 of them the past 2 MMO days on board remotely. We tried Secret World Legends, which is a modern-day horror action game.
Pretty cool.
Last weekend, we tried Neverwinter, the second D&D MMO. And once we got to the level where we could actually team up, it turned out to be pretty fun.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. And it's very pretty.
And next time we will be trying, that'll be a week from this coming Sunday, we will be trying Defiance, the MMO that was based on the sci-fi show that was on for a while. And it is a modern day sci-fi game. An alien invasion kind of thing.
That actually sounds like fun.
Yeah, but we're interested in your input too. If you have a particular liking or disliking for one of those games, you could help us decide. So just go to our website, artifactsworldswide.com, and vote. It's right on the front page. Might have to scroll down a little bit, but it's right there. And if, as always, you want to get a hold of us, top right on the website is all of our social media, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Discord. Yes, we do have our own Discord server. So please feel free to reach out. All right. Any other announcements? Pam, do you have anything?
We can probably start teasing that we're going to have a one-shot on New Year's Day.
Yes.
If you caught our Extra Life Marathon, you got to watch us play a super fun game with Nikki as our GM, where we played possums. And we all had such a blast that we've asked her for part 2. And so we're going to run that New Year's Day at 3:00 Eastern time.
Yes.
I sounded very sure of that.
Because it's
nodding,
noon California, 1 Mountain, and 3 your guys' time.
And 2 Central. Yeah.
And if you're in Europe, you add some other numbers.
Yeah.
8.
I think we're -5 GMT at the moment. Maybe
daylight
-4. I don't know. One of those two.
It'll be perfect. 7, 8 o'clock. You've
I don't
had your
feel
meal
negative.
leave, you're recovered from your hangover. You can come watch us play possums. It will be super fun.
And our one friend who's in Australia, I don't know what your time is there for the game. So
Yeah.
In Australia.
I think it'll be 3 in the morning, right? It's like almost
yeah, I don't
opposite.
know.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but we're
late.
very excited to,
I mean,
realize
who needs
that.
sleep?
And so that should be.
Banshee, you're welcome to watch us whenever we're on.
Absolutely.
And if you missed that, the video on demand may still be on Twitch, but if not, for sure it's on our YouTube channel.
Yep.
So you can meet all of our possums. They all have P names, and they're super cute.
Alliteration is key.
Yep.
And only like half planned, right? Like half of us had names before we like realized it
Well,
was
I
a
already
thing.
knew my guy's name. I knew him immediately as soon as the idea was put to me.
There
Knew
you go.
Exactly what I was doing.
Because possums,
Because possums.
right?
I
All
think
right.
that's all I
I like possums.
Well then,
I look more white now.
now that the announcements are over, it's time once again for me to welcome you officially back to the lands of Aecathan. And welcome back. Well, when last we left the four, they found themselves in literally a battle for their lives between the cleric who had been masquerading as the old woman Granella that they had befriended and adopted, the mage who had been sabotaging the wall of the inner enclave, and 6 hired thugs. It was a pitched battle to the point where the flip of a coin basically chose whether or not Zorith would live or die.
Geek.
Fortunately, she survived. Yes. And after defeating 5 of the 6 thugs, the cleric and the mage escaped, and the last thug ran off into the city.
Of course. Big babies.
After that, they returned to the Ivory's Wrath to find out if Wiggy was in cahoots with the bad guys,
Right, I forgot.
and discovered
I
that
forget.
he had absolutely no idea what had just happened.
Correct.
Or so he said.
He's legit.
Then,
I insight checked him.
yeah. And then Arabelle headed on over. I think we all headed on over to the house, except for Airman.
Except for Airman.
Who went to take a nap?
Yeah. Arabelle went first
Mm-hmm.
and was followed a bit later by Zorith and Tasha. And Araman remained at the Ivory's Wrath. And that's where we pick up. It's late morning.
The city is under attack.
No.
For freak's sake.
I mean, if you really want, I suppose I could whip that out of my butt.
Better than a dinner party.
I was not planning that.
Oh my God.
All right.
She's gonna hit you.
Yeah, well, won't be the first time.
Yeah.
I won't be the last either.
I guarantee it.
That's very true.
But it is late morning, and interestingly enough, the only person that has rested at all is Irma.
Yes.
We've only been up for 12 hours.
Yeah.
But we slept until dusk, and so
Right.
take a nap after.
So you've been up for about 17 hours at this point.
I'm getting a little sleepy.
You can always take a
But-
nap upstairs.
That
I think
stuff's
I
in-
will.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lovely hardwood floor to stretch out on.
Oh
My
no.
hammock's upstairs.
I'm gonna sleep
Airman
in
Oh.
has
here.
his hammock in his room too.
Granella's bed's in there. I'm sure it's not evil or anything.
Oh, that's true.
Well, and actually, Zorith has departed
Oh, that's
because
right.
Zorith discovered a magical object, some sort of
Right.
small stone carving.
Right. She and Athgar left.
Yes, she and Athgar are headed to visit Aralakis to see if he can determine what this is.
I forgot that.
And Tasha's taking a nap.
Yes.
And Arabelle, what are you doing?
I'm baking bread and getting the meal prepared.
All right.
She's doing the cookings.
And getting things ready. I think Wiggy was getting us a table and stuff. And if they aren't there, we're supposed to borrow them from Aloric.
Oh, that's right.
But Wiggy came through. He always does.
Because he's the wigster.
The wigster. Oh my gosh. I love it.
And let's go ahead and fire this up.
Oh, is it our house? It's our house. Look, it's our house.
No, if I want a map of our house, I don't want combat there.
Right.
This isn't a map for combat. This is just to give you a visual.
He
there's
says
no-
that.
It's a big house.
Yeah.
There's no hexes or grids or anything.
Is
Nope.
that Zach's entrance?
Yep.
Which one?
The little ladder?
What is this thing here? Is this a place for our meats?
No, that's the servants' quarters.
Oh,
That
I
was
thought
the-
they'd just be like a square inside the.
No, it's a little
Outhouse.
building that was attached to the main house.
Wow, we fancy.
It's a nice place, man.
We're so fancy, you don't even know.
Mhm.
We're so fancy. We have a pet kobold, and he has his own entrance.
Cause that screams high class. You know,
We're so
having your
glad we gotta
own
provide
pet
lodging to
kobold.
our mortal enemies. That's great.
Hey, you leave my kobold. Or maybe.
We're a little unorthodox. I think that's what that says.
Oh, there we go.
Just a tad.
And
We
poo.
fancy.
We definitely travel where angels fear to tread.
Loudly.
Mm-hmm.
And so the brown is our the door to our house.
Yes.
Like the entrance. Okay.
Yes.
Wow. It's not quite finished. It'll be finished tomorrow or the next day, but he's got his own little entrance. It's exciting. Hopefully he won't turn his back on us. At least we know in advance that he's a kobold.
Right. All right. So, what would you like to do?
So am I still in my trance at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to
But
do
I'll
the
be sitting
stone
here
carving?
trancing.
You
Oh,
had a
what?
creepy dream too.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, right.
Yep.
Do you want to
Let's-
do the Aerolacus thing first before we jump into anything else?
Sure.
Okay,
We can do that.
we're gonna
All
head
right.
off to Aerolacus.
All right. You get to his office, and the door is closed.
I knock.
There's no answer.
Boo.
However,
Well, I look at
Hold on.
Athgar and I say,
The old day.
you hear Sorith. You turn around and you see Sten.
"Oh, Sten, hello.
Are you all right? I heard.
Oh, yes.
That's better.
I got better. I'm feeling about half as good as I was before, but I'm okay. Thankfully, they were able to.
I'm glad you survived, really. I'm from what I've heard from, well, what little I've heard from the Arch Sentinel, it's a wonder any of you survived. But you did, and they're gone.
Oh, no, I don't think they're gone.
Well, they're not in the city at the moment.
Can I? And as I'm nodding, I'm gonna roll an insight check on Sten.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily sure. It's not that I don't trust you, but I don't trust a dang person anymore.
You have tinsel in your hair. Oh, sorry.
I do. I got a natural 20. Let me tell you what that is. What is that? Perception? Insight.
Insight.
21.
21. This is Sten. She's
Okay.
behaving exactly like she has every other time you've encountered her.
You've now made us paranoid. Congratulations.
Well, yeah, but that also means that, well, yeah. So I don't believe they're gone. I believe they're off to regroup and
Well,
find some more
Aerolacus said
henchmen.
they were gone when he came to get the Arch Sentinel.
Oh, well, they're
We'll be back.
They're reporting to the Lord about all of this.
oh, that's fine. I mean, that's assumed to be. I mean, if you want to say we unfortunately dispatched 5 and 1 ran off of the henchmen, and then the lady and the gentleman, the
Oh,
cleric and the mage.
They know. I told them.
So I don't necessarily think they're gone. I just think they're regrouping.
Well, it seems like you've at least stopped them for now, and that's not nothing. At
No.
least, you know, it'll give our mages a chance to finish fixing the inner enclave wall. Because they won't be
Right.
fighting against more damage all the time.
Right. Yeah. And I kind of look at Athgar and I did they end up telling you that we were sort of harboring the cleric under our roof without knowing?
No. I didn't know anything about that. Oh, the old woman you told me about.
Yeah, the old woman that we found and kind of
No.
befriended was actually the cleric in disguise. She can change herself to look like anyone, it looks like.
Oh.
So, anyhow, we went through the house and tried to find anything that was left from her, and I found this stone carving thing.
Oh. That's ugly.
Yeah, I hold open the bag and let her look at it. Because I'm not touching it. Put your hand underneath and like bring it up to the top.
Wow.
So we were
Yeah.
looking for Aerolacus to see if he knew or if anyone could figure out what this was.
I can figure it out. I mean,
Excellent.
maybe. Come back to the Art Sentinel's office with me. I need to get back to my desk.
Yep. We follow her. I do.
Okay. All right. When you get back, she says, one of the things that I'll have to do is touch it. So if anything happens to me, go get help.
We will. Definitely.
All right. So she begins incanting a spell. Some of the words and some of the gestures are familiar, but others are not. It's something that you've run across before, but not one you know.
Right.
And she finishes the spell and places her fingers, her 2 index fingers, on the stone, and just sits there for a second, takes her fingers off it, and says, well, I'm still here, so that's good. I don't know what this is, so you should probably just put it back in the bag for now.
Put it back in the bag.
And she holds her hand out,
I hand her the bag.
and she raises a finger and takes the bag and walks out of the room.
I understand. I nod.
And about 45 seconds later, she comes back without the bag and says,
Listening device.
it's a sending stone,
Yeah. Okay.
but right now, she's listening to one of Aerolacus's animals growl.
Well, that's good. That we went through the whole house. That was the only thing we could find, which is so interesting. So whoever has the other one, she would have been able to talk to them,
And she would have been able to listen.
and she would have been able to listen. Correct.
That particular stone, somehow, and I'm not quite sure how, is locked in send.
Locked and send. Yeah. Okay.
So literally, it's a remote ear for whoever has the other stone.
Right. Well, drats. Shame on us for being open to every single person that we meet. It's in our nature, I guess.
You see the Arch Sentinel walk back in, and she kind of stops up short and says, Athgar, Zorith, you are seemingly better than I anticipated finding you.
We're okay. I do look pretty ragged. I'm like 26 out of 45, so just I understand what they're saying, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just what I am.
You had a busy morning. That is very clear. Needless to say, I believe Aerolacus will want to speak with you. But do not be surprised if Lord Tremaine also summons you.
Okay.
We've just returned from giving him our interpretation of the report that Athgar made to us.
Okay. I also have his wand of magic detection in the box that I hold.
He should be back momentarily.
Okay.
Arch Sentinel, they also discovered a listening device. Oh? Yes, it's a... they didn't know what it was. They were bringing it to Aralakis, and I took it upon myself to identify it. It is a sending stone that seems to be in listening mode. Interesting. What did you do with it? Right now, it's under a rat in Aralakis' office.
But you should warn him before any official business is discussed in that office, though.
Yes. If you are going to speak with him, I would make that the first thing you tell him. But, not bad, Stan. That will certainly give them something interesting to listen to. The bowels of a rat. Appropriate.
Well, thank you. And
You are very welcome.
Yeah.
And thank you for at least temporarily removing that threat.
Yes, I was telling Sten I don't believe that they're gone. I just believe they're regrouping.
Yes, but now that we have seen them, thanks to Ethkar's ability to create images,
Very smart.
Aralakis has ascertained that at least as far as his magics are concerned, neither one of them are still within the city limits.
Oh, that's good to know.
So we believe that we have a small victory and a reprieve, perhaps a larger victory than we know, but at least there is one. So go tell Aralakis about the sending stone before he says something that he will regret.
I head back to his office, I guess.
Zorth, get some rest. I mean, I don't mean this in a negative way, but you look terrible.
I'll feel better after a rest.
Good. I'm glad you survived.
Thanks. Me too. And so then we'll walk over back to Aralakis' door.
All right. It's open this time.
I knock.
And he says, well, at least one of the people I was looking for. Apgar. Aralakis.
I motion him to come out this way.
And he gets up from behind his desk and walks out with this very quizzical look on his face.
And I gently kind of close the door behind him. And I say, we found a sending stone. I whisper, we found a sending stone in the house. It's underneath your rat cage, so don't say anything you wouldn't.
What the hell is it doing under my rat cage?
Sten put it there so that they could listen into something fun. It's on permanent send.
Oh.
So before we speak anything
That girl's got a
inside.
sense of humor.
But that was what I came back. Thank you for the use of your wand of magic detection. That was the only thing we found was the sending stone. And Sten says it's locked in send mode.
So they're listening through it. One of them. She, probably.
Yeah.
Interesting. There's an opportunity here.
Yeah. But I can't always remember what the wrong information is.
Well, where was it?
Under a bed. Under her bed.
Ah. Wait a minute, you know where she was staying?
Oh. Yes, and I briefly tell about our housekeeper escapade.
Prunella.
Gadala's warts. That's... Well, at least you found out before she did any real harm to you.
Yes, because she could have definitely.
Yeah. Wow.
Super sneaky.
Yeah, I'm betting
She
I
can look like
know-
anyone, though. Just make sure that anything that you need to be super secrety is verified that you're talking to the right person. I just can't stress that enough. I know it sounds strange, but she made herself look like one of our friends and sent us to that trap. So she can look like anyone.
I will prepare the appropriate spells, and I will let the rest of the Raqueliad know as well.
Right. So,
Well, here's my suggestion, if you're willing.
okay.
Take it back with you, put it back, and then close the door.
And feed false information to it?
Yeah.
All right. How much space area is required for the sending stone? Like how much?
Well, I'd have to look. Tell you what. Don't say anything. Let's go back into my office. I'll get the stone. I'm going to do my own check.
Okay.
So, actually, why don't you wait out here? Let me go in and do that, and then I'll come back out.
Great. Pam, check your Facebook.
So, takes a couple minutes, but he comes back out and says, all right, looks like about 5-6 feet. Beyond that, they'll be able to hear the voice, but they won't be able to make out what's said.
It seems pretty close. Like, you would almost need to be in the room. I can't help but think if she was trying to tell her mage secrety stuff, and then she just left it because she got caught or something. I don't know.
I don't think so. Wouldn't be locked in a listening mode if that was the case.
Correct, yeah.
No, she meant this as a way to listen in on you all.
Okay. I don't remember if we invited you, but we're having like a little get together over at our house tonight pretty soon. If you're welcome to join us.
Oh, thanks. I can't actually remember the last time I got invited to something that wasn't the Lord's doing. That's very nice of you. Thanks. I don't anticipate I'll be able to make it. I have my marching orders from him. And,
Right. I just
need to get
figured
on
I
there, but,
wanted to let you know since you were so helpful.
Oh, I appreciate it. Athgar, you're going?
Athgar's going, and I think I forgot to ask Sten.
I've actually already been there. That's how I came across Zoroth and the device, and I offered to come with her to bring it to you. All right, good. You're representing the Raqueliad and me and your dad, so don't fuck anything up.
I clap him on the shoulder, Athgar, and I said, well, so far today, he's been a real big help.
That's what I've heard. So, all right. So, yeah, if you put it back where you found it, probably, you describe to me how that room was laid out and where you found it.
I do, and I do.
Okay. Now you could probably put it back where it was, and then anytime you want to pass information along to her, just stand next to the door.
Got it. Leave the door open, stand next to the door. Got it, got it.
Well, close the door when you're not wanting her to hear stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So.
All right, well, thank you. And then I walk in and get the stone off of his desk with the bag, and we walk out.
All right.
And then on the way out, I stop by Sten's office real quick and poke my head in and say, if she's there. Is she there?
Yes, she is.
Hey, I forgot to tell you, we're having a little dinner thing, and tonight, like soonish, if you wanted to stop by. And I tell her where we're at, and then I just leave the invitation open.
Oh. I'd love to. I'll have to see if I can leave. She's not usually working on rest day, but since she is, I am. So I'll ask.
Well, you're definitely welcome.
Thanks.
No problem. And I wave, and we head on out
All right.
with our sending stone.
Right.
All right, and then we hustle back.
All right. All right. So it's about noon. Airman, you're
Yes.
coming out of your meditative state.
I'm recalling what the voice had told me. I gather my things. Kind of look around the room. You still talking?
Don't hear anything.
Okay. I walk out and head to the house.
All right. As you walk out the front door of the Ivory's Wrath, make a perception check.
Nine.
All right. You're headed down the road, and you hear a voice shout, "Eramin! Is that you?"
Stop and turn and look.
It's Zorith's mentor from Azenor, Obrus.
I rest my hand on the hilt of my scimitar.
All right.
What brings you here?
We're actually headed to do an investigation of the Everwood. And this is the closest place to rest before we camp. And he motions to a rather thin gentleman next to him, and he says, "Ah, my manners. This is Indruz. He is one of the foremost scholars of Aecathan on the subject of wild magic." Indruz just kind of nods.
I want to try to get a read on him.
Okay.
See if he sounds legit.
All right. Make an insight check.
Um, 17.
Sounds like Oberus. I mean, there's not many people who have that level of bombastic volume when they speak.
Well, it's good to see you again. I'm sure Zorith will love to catch up with you.
Do you happen to know where the Ivory's Wrath is? We're supposed to be staying there.
Yes, it's right behind me. Just
Oh.
came out of there.
Ah, fantastic.
Yeah,
I hope our rooms are ready.
I'm sure they are. Aloric is quite competent.
And that would be who?
He's the proprietor of...
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. Oh, first name basis. Must be a decent fellow.
Tell him who you are, and that you are Zorith's old instructor at
Oh.
the tower. He will treat you well.
I shall definitely do that. And, I assume you will see Zori?
Yeah, she's still speaking to me.
Oh. Yes, best to make sure that is the case. But when she is, again, because I'm sure you'll work it out, whatever it is, do let her know that I'm in town.
For certain.
Well, we'll see you soon. And he and
Take care.
and Indrus just kind of nods at you again and turns around, and he looks like a complete stuffed shirt compared to Oberus. So
Okay.
Well, then don't invite them to the party.
You didn't invite them to the party.
I know.
No, last time
You were-
I invited somebody to the party, I got yelled at.
Boys.
all right. So, Zorith, you get back to the house with Athgar, and Arabelle, I assume, is in the kitchen cooking merrily.
Yes. And I'll probably have Zori help me if she's willing and able.
First,
Alright.
I do the motion of the 1 minute, sneak on over to Grunella's room, put it back, put it under the bed, do everything, and shut the door on my way out. How close is that room? It'll be fine, right? Like, if the
It's
door
right
is
off
shut.
the kitchen, I would imagine.
If the door is shut, you would have to literally be right next to the door.
Okay. Or have it open. Okay.
Right. Or have it open.
And I briefly tell her, I'm assuming Tasha's somewhere in the house.
Tasha's upstairs sleeping.
Napping.
Oh, yeah.
She's taking a short rest.
Short rest. Well, I tell Arabelle what Airlock has said. Then I tell her I invited both of them for dinner. Sten said she might be able to come. So one more plate.
It'll be a buffet.
Oh, good.
But I have Askar. You came back with her, right?
Yes.
Can I get you something to drink? Do you need a snack?
Oh, I am here to be of whatever assistance I could be.
Oh, wonderful.
But a drink would not go amiss.
Get him a drink, and I am thrilled to be in a kitchen cooking.
And I will jump in and help wherever I can.
It smells really good already.
How long
And
have I been sleeping for?
about an hour, which is a
Okay.
short rest. So now, remember, because it's a short rest, you may use hit dice to heal if you are still wounded,
Okay.
which you are not. So,
Okay. Well, never mind then.
At some point, Zori should take a short rest.
yeah.
That, I mean, like, I'm gonna come downstairs and I'm gonna look at Zori and say, "Go take a nap. Don't make me hit you."
Okay. And-
A rest would do you good, I think. And
Okay.
Lady Tasha is brilliant. You should listen to her.
And I briefly tell you about Granella's room, and when Airman gets back, tell him, and then any false information we're gonna leave over there, etc. And then I go upstairs to the hammock and take a 1 hour short rest.
And I start muttering things like, "I want to kill that woman. I want to kill her really up close and
taste
personal."
So
That-
I have some. Oh, go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, no, that was me.
Somebody's knocking at the door.
Oh, legitimately, I thought it was me throwing my hand on the table.
No!
I answer the door.
So, you're all here. That's great.
Come in,
I got,
come in.
I just want to let you know that I got some boys bringing tables and chairs.
Oh, wonderful.
You got like tablecloths, or should I get some of them too?
Oh, if you have some, that would be wonderful.
And you hear a voice outside go, "You didn't bring tablecloths too? Shh. I swear to God you'd forget your head if it wasn't screwed to your neck." I think I'm going to go get tablecloths. So, we'll be right back.
Okay.
Just let me know when I get there, Jeff.
All right. You
Freaking hilarious.
you pass Wiggy. He's walking with a rather plump, kind of dishwater blonde woman who seems to be yelling at him.
Oh my
It's Wiggy's girlfriend.
And he just kind of walks past and gives you this wave like, "I'm in hell, please kill me."
I'm so
I just kind of smirk and glance at the girl.
And she is totally focused on Wiggy.
Okay.
Focused and
Just
fiery.
walk past. I don't say anything. I don't gesture or anything. Just walk past them.
All right.
Very amused.
As you head up the path toward the house, you see that there are some boys, probably like early teens, finishing carrying up chairs to sit around these two large tables that have been set outside the house.
Gotcha.
Probably, let's see, hold on. Get back to my thing here. Probably set up around here. So they're
Okay.
back away
Table
from the
B.
road.
Inside?
No.
What season is this? Isn't it cool?
Hot. It's hot season.
It is starting to cool. Basically, it's heading on winter, but you're in the south. So it just means it's not blazingly hot anymore.
So should we light a little fire in the fire pit
You certainly can.
for evening? I will
You
do that.
certainly can.
No, you're taking a nap.
I will
That's
sleep.
what you're doing.
There probably is one going because we probably needed the extra cooking space
Oh, all right. Well, there you go.
because we have our camp stuff. So
Yep.
On my way in, I grab a couple of the chairs that are still sitting outside and bring them in.
Okay.
Well, look at you. You've already made yourself useful. How nice.
And I see you're still trying to.
Yeah.
all right, people
is
are
it-
helping. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Are there more chairs outside? Do you want me to bring the chairs inside?
I know. I think the boys got it covered.
Okay.
I
Well,
just
the-
figured I was walking past them.
I was
I'd
going to
bring
say
them
that
in.
the chairs are staying outside. They're being set around the tables outside.
Oh, I thought they were inside.
No.
Oh, well. Never mind.
They're past the door, past the fire pit, and then they've set up the tables sort of like
I got you.
alongside each other.
Roger, Roger.
I'll fill Airman in on the bug in the servants' quarters. We should let Zek move in there.
He won't want to.
And
No,
then she could listen to that.
it's
and
not his
mushrooms.
style.
Hilarious.
Where's Zori?
She's napping.
Okay. Question whilst I nap. It says I actually have something called recover, reset maximum HP changes during this rest. Does that mean I would get... Oh, no, I don't know.
You can
I'm just
use
gonna do
all
that.
your hit die.
Yeah, I'm going to. Okay, sorry.
And I can also, once you've had a short rest, I can use a healer's kit again. I can do that once per short or long rest.
Oh no, I got some good back. Ooh, I got all 4s. 3 4s, 2 5s, and a 6. That's
You
Nice.
should be fully healed.
yeah. 10, 10, 28.
Yeah, you're fully healed.
Excellent.
So
Yes.
Arabelle's the only one who's still injured.
I know.
And she's
Like,
pretty
really bad.
badly injured.
Well, once things get settled and I can sit, once everything's going, you don't have to sleep for a short rest. So if I sit,
You
and
can
just
tell
do
me
it-
what to do.
Right, yeah. So then I'll be able to take a short rest while stuff's cooking, I would imagine, because it says you can eat and drink and that kind of stuff. So
Okay.
if I'm not standing the whole time, I would presume I can
All right.
At some point during this, get one. Does that make sense?
Well, Airman brought 2 chairs in, so there are 2 chairs
no,
in
he
the
didn't.
house. Oh, he didn't? Okay.
No, I thought that you were setting up in the house here, just bringing them in.
Well, we
Oh,
had a
no.
couple of chairs. We just didn't have enough for everybody.
Well, you could always go
I'll-
drag the
Let me
rocking,
get the
chair
rocking chair.
out of the servants' quarters. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll grab the rocking chair and bring it into the kitchen. And
All right. And shortly, you hear
I go
knocking
open
at
the door.
again.
I go open the door.
And it's Wiggy, and you see, as I said, a rather plump, dishwater blonde woman. You notice that she looks human, but you can see ear tips coming through the hair.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Okay, so the tables are there, the chairs are there, and there are tablecloths on them now.
Beautiful.
thank
Yeah.
you, Iggy.
You're welcome. By the way, this is Jerry Ann. It's my girlfriend.
And I say, Jerry Ann, pleased to meet you. And I
It's
shake her.
it's a pleasure. Anybody who gave, I just want to know which one of you was it gave Liam the idea for the business setting up rooms and stuff.
Oh, that was her. And yes, it was you. And
Yeah. William's Chamber Designs. Yeah, I'm having the sign made. That was a brilliant idea. Make an honest man of him eventually. I wouldn't count on that.
That's asking a lot.
Yeah, see? That's what I said. Yes, I know, but, who knows? Maybe someday. A girl can dream. So anyway, let me try and guess. So you're Tasha. That's Araman, because you said there was only one guy. Oh, so that's got to be Arabelle, because she ain't got no pointed ears.
Well, I have some.
Well, yeah, but you don't look like you're related to him. And Liam said that him and Zorith was brother and sister.
Yes.
Yes.
Time.
Am I downstairs yet?
No.
I walk up, walk up to her and shake her hand and say, "It is truly a pleasure to meet you."
Thanks. It's really nice to meet you too. I've heard enough about you.
Look at Wiggy and I go, "And I'm sorry."
What's there to be sorry about? I told her all about you, so she would know. You know.
No. She's talking, or he's talking to her while looking
Oh.
at Wiggy.
And she just kind of giggles. Yeah,
You're
well,
insane.
eh. He's got his rough spots, but he's got his good points too. And you know, we've been together for a while, so I'm kind of used to him. And I still got to steer him every now and then, but for the most part, he does what I tell him.
Keep him on the path.
Yeah, well, see, that's my job, is to find the path, and then I stay on it on my own. Well, not always. No, but usually I found the wrong path at that point. So, you know, then I don't stay on that one, because it's the wrong one. Yeah, you just keep telling yourself that. That's fine.
Pat Wiggy on the shoulder and go, "Oh, by the way, the tablecloth was a nice touch. Thank you for remembering it."
He just kind of stammers a little bit, and she just looks at him, literally giving him Pam side-eye.
Oof. Oof.
Ouch.
And he says, that was Jerry Ann. I remembered the tables and the chairs, but she was the one who said that I should do tablecloths too.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. So, can I see the rest of this place? I only seen here in the kitchen and that one room.
Yeah, I'll show you around.
All right.
Down there's the basement. We don't go down there except to put our supplies away.
Well, yeah. Why would you?
That room over there is
Bugged.
bugged.
You got like roaches? Because I can get rid of those. I know how.
Like there's a sending stone that our little girl left for us. That's on listen, evidently.
The little girl left, and I'm missing something.
So you remember our housekeeper?
Yeah, the old broad.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, the old
Julianne
broad.
smacks him. He says, "Sorry, the old lady."
Yeah. Well, she wasn't an old lady.
We had that conversation,
a-
right, at the thing, right?
Because we explained to him how,
Why I was so angry.
yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, she turns out to be an evil tiefling cleric who works for the bad guys.
Oh, the Jogravanans.
And
Yikes! And
They ran her
that's who you had me make the room for?
yeah,
We didn't know.
Yeah, that's true. Just when you think he's trying to do something nice.
This is what I'm saying. When we find that woman, I'm going to kill her really close so that I can see the life go out of her eyes. Just saying.
Wow.
yep. we
So
learned some lessons.
she's a little mad, huh?
I'm not mad. I'm furious.
And Jerry Ann's just looking at you and nodding, like, I understand.
So yes, we learned some lessons. No good deed goes unpunished. For one.
Well, that's not entirely true, but I hear what you're saying.
It doesn't mean we stop doing.
Most of our good deeds have gone well. We just had the one.
today we're going to have a good meal with our good friends, and we're going to celebrate being alive and having each other.
Yeah. Yeah, though sometime I'm going to ask you to tell me exactly what happened in this fight, because the rumors that are circulating, I know that's not true. Because
Oh,
there was no
boy.
dragon. There was no dragon.
No, there is no dragon.
Although I have heard rumors that there was a dragon.
No, just a house.
No dragon.
Yeah. There were no giants. There was no Ifrit. It's amazing, the rumor mill. But so at some point I would just professional curiosity, I would like to hear exactly what actually happened.
Sure.
Well,
Not
my
now.
sister nearly died.
What?
So do they.
Like, very nearly.
Holy crap, is she okay? I mean, where is she? He's
She
suddenly
is
noticing she's
resting.
not here. Oh,
She's resting.
okay.
She's going to be okay, Wixter.
And you see Julianne kind of looking at Wiggy like, why are you so concerned?
Ooh, turn it down. There's nothing there.
What?
So,
Oh, all right.
Julianne or Jerry-Ann? Sorry.
Jerry,
Jerry-Ann.
sorry. Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure so I get it right in my notes.
No.
yes, that would be why she was rather irate when she saw you, because we didn't know if you were the one that ratted us out and set us up for the trap.
Yeah, I've kind of put that together now, and basically the rumor's been saying that this tiefling can look like anybody she wants.
Including you.
Yeah,
That is apparently
that's what I've been hearing.
And our guess is like Barletta.
Oh, that makes a whole lot of really awful sense.
Yes. And probably the mage was disguised as Cross.
Wow, so you think the two of them was working together this whole time?
Oh yes.
Oh, yeah.
They have been working together for quite some time, I'm sure.
Wow. But you stopped
Has
them.
some very exotic magical items.
But you stopped them.
No, we ran them off for now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
None
stopped
of them
them.
were stopped.
Well, they're not I don't think there's going to be any more attacks on the wall, I'll bet you.
We interrupted their plans, but they'll come up with more.
So for now, you stop them.
We
Let
interrupted
me
them.
ask you this. Will Viessa be pleased that we didn't vanquish them?
She will be pleased that you stopped them. Because they was damaging stuff here in town. They was damaging town. I mean, they was trying to damage town a whole bunch of different ways.
Yeah, that's for true.
So, the fact that A, you found all those different ways, and 2, that you stopped them, I think she's going to be pretty happy. Oh. I have to wonder which one of the rumors is going to get to Lord Tremaine.
Well, Lord Tremaine
got
got his own report.
And at this point, you see Athgar walk in, and he's like, I gave Orlachus and the Arch Sentinel my report personally, and I was there.
So he didn't
And
tell
was-
them anything about Afrits or giants or dragons.
Although those would make the story better. Maybe for the song.
Boy, really?
Maybe if you want to write fiction.
Well, embellishment is key to a
Ex-
good story.
Exactly, and no bard worth their weight in salt would fail to give their own personal twist of embellishment to a story such as this.
What are
Well,
my
knock
thoughts
yourself
on that?
Would Gilliam, Jirian, have you met Athgar?
I have, but I don't. I just the one time. Yeah. This is Jerian. This is Athgar. And you see him suddenly, like, he's just clicked. And Jerian is like, nice to meet you. What the hell is wrong with you? And he's like, Athgar, that's Lord Tremaine's son.
Yes, we are clan friends.
You
And
see
Athgar-
Jerian immediately, like, get this look on her face and immediately drop into a curtsy. Athgar's like, please don't do that. I get enough of that. Spending time with my father. I'm a soldier. I'm a bard. I almost consider my relation to the lord of the town accidental.
Athgar, you're our friend as well.
And I am grateful to be thought so. And honored. Wow. And to think, you've been in town like 2.5 weeks. And you made
If that.
friends with the Lord's son. And you stopped the bad guys. And you got a house. And when do you people sleep?
I know, it's almost like we should level.
No, I
You
don't think
know.
so.
I don't know. I think that response was worth a level. Just
No, I've been checking my notebook, and I'm pretty sure you're not there yet.
Well, except that we have leveled
right.
Yeah.
We
several times.
we
Yeah.
did level just before, we hit the end of the chapter. But.
So, I forgot what I was going to say.
You were given a tour.
Yeah. At this point, Zorith, you wake up. And you immediately hear Wiggy's voice floating up from downstairs.
Right. So I'll hustle downstairs.
All right.
And I go to give him a hug, and I see her, and I introduce myself. And then I give her a hug, then I give him a hug.
And she's like looking at you like she's really not quite sure what to make of you, but she says hi and introduces herself and nice to meet you. And
Returns the hug awkwardly. Thank you for the
Yeah.
hug, person.
yeah,
just
she's like, person I've never seen before hugging me. Okay, must be an elf thing.
Kind of.
we have. I offer them wine, or I have hot spiced cider that's not alcohol. And then I open the door.
And there stands Aloric. He has a pony keg under his left arm, and he has a beautiful potted flowering plant in his right arm.
Nice, a housewarming gift. You're
Thank you.
classy.
We'll probably have to move outside soon. Come in, though.
Oh, thank you. I thought perhaps I could contribute at least to the drinks. And he kind of muscles the keg and sits it on a counter and says, that's an untapped keg of the pear cider.
Woohoo!
And this, and he kind of holds it up and looks around and notices that he's with everybody.
Oops.
And just tucks it back in his arm and says, Zorith, could I talk to you for a moment?
And I say, sure. And I say, I will give you a tour of the house. And I
would
start-
like that.
Walking out
All right.
of the out of that main room.
All right. Well, once you get out of easy earshot, he holds out the plant and says, the keg is the housewarming gift for everyone. This is my housewarming gift for you. It's specially enchanted. It will never not bloom.
Oh, that is excellent. I am horrible with plants.
I am too. That's why I know the person who does this.
And I say thank you, and then I continue showing him like the house, and then I put it in our room
Okay.
by my hammock.
I see you've not really moved in yet. That explains why you've still been sleeping at the inn.
And I say, oh my gosh, you don't even know the half of it. And I start filling him in on the entire day's everything, and like walking around and like telling him, like, you know, while I'm showing him the room and everything else, and I'm telling him about everything that happened that day. And I don't even say I almost died. I don't even say any of that. You know, we fought these people. It was Granola, and she looked like Wiggy, and he set us up, and I got really mad at Wiggy, and I like shook him, and then felt bad.
You see him get this look of mild alarm on his face as you say that, but he doesn't say anything.
When I shook Wiggy?
About the fact that she was in the wrath.
Oh, right. Yes. So I tell him all of that, and anything that was important, you may feel free to. Do I notice that? Can I roll to see if I notice him get upset?
Sure. Roll perception.
Blech, that's a poopy no. That is an 11.
Actually, 11 is enough. And you notice that when you mentioned that the imposter Wiggy was actually waiting for you at the Wrath,
Right.
he gets this look on his face like, oh gods.
Did you speak to him? Her? It? Her?
No, but I wonder if anyone has checked on Cook.
She was there this morning.
Before or after?
Before?
She was there
She-
while Wiggy was there.
Yeah, she fed us? Wait, I don't remember when that.
Right.
But we left Wiggy with her. We left her at the inn.
Hmm.
I don't know. I can't remember. Like, Nikki can't remember when we ate because she put food out for us. I don't remember if that was when we got back. That was when we got back.
So it was after.
It was
Yeah,
after.
we ate after the fight. So
All right.
yeah. Oof.
I worry for her.
And
She's
Cook should have taken her.
she's very well, she's very focused and she's very feisty, but this sounds like someone that you would not want to cross. It sounds like she and her band gave all of you a run for your money, and you're some of the most powerful people I've met.
And as I'm telling him all of that, we will have joined everybody else for like the last part of the conversation about what was going on. So that's where we're at. And then when I'm done giving the story, I offer to help Arabelle.
Yep, we can start
All right.
taking some of the, like I have some hors d'oeuvres. So I have a cheese and fruit tray and some bread, and then I have these little baked vegetable pies, these little tiny pies.
Ooh, fancy.
I have a menu of what we're eating.
Ooh, fancy.
All right.
A menu.
Don't
Amanda.
rain on her happy
Everything.
parade. She almost
we have-
died.
Our cider, and then some cider that Irma will drink, and some wine.
Well, before you get back to everyone, Aloric pauses and reaches out and takes your left hand in his right hand and just says, I'm glad that you are alive.
Oh, yeah. We did fine.
And then he lets go of your hand and lets you lead him on.
Aw.
Thank you. Don't laugh at my awkwardness. It makes me more awkward.
I'm not. It's adorable.
I'm laughing.
No, I'm laughing.
I'm telling her.
Merlin wants to know where Synchrony is.
Back in the Shouting Pirate in Irma.
There you go. See him soon.
All right.
I are awkward.
It's charming.
However you put it. So we join everybody and start. Is
Yeah,
it time
take
to-
some of the like pre-food out, the hors d'oeuvres, because we don't have Sarah and Tubald aren't here yet and stuff. So-
Airman will help where you need him to.
And I've got some pictures with flowers that can go on the table. Want to
All right.
take place.
I'll do the flowers.
All right. Well, as you're setting up outside, you hear a voice you recognize go, "This is beautiful. Don't you think so? Aye, that's very nice. And it wasn't at all difficult to find you either. Thanks so much for
Well,
inviting
gentlemen.
us." And they're walking up, each carrying a large box.
Uh-oh. What's in the box? What's in the box?
I offer to take the first person's box off their hands
All right.
and take it over to the table.
Okay. You do, and Hugh follows with the other box and sets it down and says, "We didn't know exactly what we should bring, so we brought a couple things. We've got a cake in that box over there, and we've got a couple fruit pies in this one.
Wonderful.
So hopefully that'll be all right."
Yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes.
And I ask Arabelle
Cake
where
and
to
pie.
put the fancy desserts.
Yep, and point to a spot to put them. And
All right. Wow. Huh, the gang's all here. This is a nice place.
It will be.
And I offer to take everybody on a tour who hasn't been through.
Okay.
And when we get to the
very
When we get to the
sparse.
dungeon.
There's no furniture.
cellar, when we get to wait, what?
There's no furniture. It's
Just empty rooms. A couple rooms with hammocks, you know.
Here's our house.
And there's a plant in one room, you know.
There's a dungeon, except it's a cellar, and we have a kobold living in the basement. Kind of a long story.
What?
And then
You've
I
got-
tell the story.
you've got
as
to-
we walk along.
Yeah.
Did
Give me a
Wiggy
s-
hear about the kobold?
That's a good question. Is he listening?
Potentially, I'm.
He's listening, and you see him. You know, well, you realize he's listening, but
Do you want me to tell the story
Wiggy
like I
knew.
would tell
Wiggy
it?
knew because he helped us.
Wiki
with the
already
door.
knew, yeah.
Right.
Right, because he helped
Right.
us with the whole thing. I forgot.
Right.
I tell the story. We have a kobold. He lives downstairs. He makes really cheap potions for people who can't afford them, and so
Healing
he's gonna
potions.
stay with us, kind of.
and Sar says, "Wait a minute. Zach is living in your basement."
Yeah.
Technically, I don't know if it's a case of who was here first. We're living in his house, or he's living in the basement. But yeah,
Huh.
we're cohabiting.
And Hugh goes, Who's Zach? Zach is the one that I got that healing potion from when you sprained your ankle. Oh, the one that tasted like mushrooms. Aye, that one.
But it worked.
Apparently, it worked. Absolutely. Oh yeah, it's worked pretty well. Right.
And then that's why he's gonna live in the basement, and I'm giving him his own entrance.
Do you point it out?
Well,
Because if you're out back, you can see it from where the tables are.
no, we're still inside.
You're still inside? Okay.
Yeah, we're still inside. So then there will be an entrance for him, and then I keep taking everybody upstairs. And in my room, I point out the plant. Is there? And I look at Lorik and I ask him what kind of plant it is. Do you know? If not,
no.
okay. If not, then
It's a particular type of desert bloom that's unique to this area of the world.
okay. And then that's what I say. And I said, "This is my plant." and then someday, if we ever get to own the house, I'm gonna put in a big skylight right here so I can see the night sky. And then basically finish up the run through the house, because I'm taking up like everything right now.
All right. So,
Is that
Arabelle,
everyone? We get all the food brought out, and thank everyone for coming. And I say, most of these dishes are things that I grew up eating at home, that my mother taught me to make. And I wanted to share that all with you. And I hope that Irma and Zori might remember some of them from when they were young. But most of these are traditional elven dishes. But my mother was very big on hospitality, and we always had friends come for meals. And so it was important to me that our first meal in this house was with all of you.
Here, here.
So we have a roasted vegetable stew. There are some things with meat, I promise. And 2 different kinds of elven bread, like a regular like dinner bread, and then this is a cherry bread, which is like a dark bread with nuts and dried fruit in it.
Oof.
And then a roasted squash puree and a creamy like baked potato onion casserole type thing.
2
there's
different things or one thing?
asparagus. These are all different things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So.
Either way.
And then there's a roasted pheasant and some roasted like mushroom steak type things. And then asparagus wrapped in bacon. And then the cheese and fruit tray and the little vegetable pies. And then there's some sweetened cream and fruit to go along with the dessert that Hugh and Sarah brought. Eat, drink, be merry. And I rolled a 27 on my perform check.
oh, all right.
So dinner is good.
Yeah, clearly.
And I take like a little bit of everything and put it on 2 plates, and then just kind of like look at them and take them out to the thing and set them down.
So it's just a big buffet, and we have cider and
Yeah,
warm apple
Aloric-
cider and wine. And
Aloric taps the keg and offers to pour for anyone who wants some.
And I tell everybody how fantastic it is. And then I go outside and sit down and start stuffing my face.
You do notice that when Aloric taps the keg and announces what it is, Wiggy's eyes get real bright, and then Jerian kind of taps him on the shoulder and gives him the look, and he's like,
have one.
Moderation. That's why he goes to the wrath, so he can drink as much as he wants without anybody watching over him.
Oh god, that's hilarious.
I don't have any spells left to neutralize poison, so he's on his own.
all right.
Airman grabs one of the vegetable pies and some of the stew and some bread and the hot cider, and goes and sits down next to Zori.
I make some room for him.
I try everything. because I think I've ever had this much elven food before.
Well, Hugh and Saradis are absolutely delighted. They're trying a little bit of everything and just like talking nonstop as they each try the same thing and they're comparing notes. And,
I'll
Oh my
sit with
goodness.
them. They look like they'll be fun.
and they immediately start peppering you with questions on, what did you use to spice this and how did you get this texture? So
I tell them everything.
they're very, very, very curious and very appreciative.
Did we invite Cook?
Aloric told us not to.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
She wouldn't have come.
And it would have been weird.
True.
I think it's kind of what he implied.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
I fix a plate and I go back in the house for a second and I go down to the basement and knock on Zek's door.
what?
Would you like some dinner?
Sure. What dinner?
We invited friends over and I cooked dinner and I brought you a plate.
Oh, food. Yes, Zach like food.
Yes.
He opens the door.
Give him a plate.
Smell good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Would
Close the door.
go back upstairs. I didn't figure he'd want to come to the party.
Before anybody else comes over to the table to sit down in our area, I'd sort of lean over and whisper to Zorith. I say, later I need to talk to you about a few things.
Okay. As my mouth is full.
You see Aloric walk over and he seats himself across the table from both of you.
And I just keep eating.
I'll wave Athgar over so he doesn't feel like he's left out.
Okay.
Introduce him to Hubald and Sarah.
And they both are like, yeah. Oh, you're what? So you're part of the Rykeliad then, are you? Yes. Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice. Must be a good job.
Good.
Sometimes. Oh, we can understand that.
Awkward party, dinner party conversation. Just let's talk about your crappy job and our crappy job and all the crappy things.
They have no clue who he is.
Right. She's probably kind of refreshing for Athgar.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
He actually,
Oh,
once you almost, Tasha especially, you happen to be looking at him when he realizes that these two halflings have no clue who he is. And you see him kind of get this relieved smile on his face, and you see him physically relax a little bit. And he seems to be enjoying talking to them. And
Hilarious.
Arabelle.
Tell Athgar about their bakery and that they brought dessert for us, and he'll enjoy it.
Oh, they have told me very, very good things about your baking, so I'm looking forward to trying it. Oh, they're such nice people. Favorite customers. That's what they are.
Oh my gosh. Hilarious.
Well, you're our favorite bakers, so it works out well.
Aye, that it does. That it does.
So, after I've had a full plate and I've tried all of the things and I'm too full to eat anymore, I get out my lute and I play a little bit.
Woohoo!
All right. Make a performance check if you would.
I whisper something, and not that she needs it, in her ear before she starts playing, and I guide you.
Oh, okay. What does that mean?
You get an extra die forward to your roll. Not that you need
Okay.
it. But it's a party.
It's a party.
I whispered your thank you for playing. I didn't want to ask, but we appreciate it.
Huh. It's part of my job, I say. Okay.
26.
Did you add the D4 as well?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
26.
Nice.
All right.
Right. When you're a musician, everybody always asks you to play all the time, right?
Yes.
I have to pull up something real quick that I forgot I would need. Okay. After the first couple of numbers, Athgar gets up and pulls a flute out of his satchel and walks over and says, might I join you?
Sure. And I say,
No, not bad. He rolled a 22,
Nice.
so
Might have the neighbors coming out.
well,
do we have neighbors?
not really.
Oh,
I didn't think so.
oh, that's right. We're by the cemetery.
Yeah,
Take
you're
them out, we got a
well.
problem.
Yeah, take them out. We got a whole.
Cemetery.
You pretty much have the entire lot of land inside the road at this point. It's
Mhm.
just this house.
The
So-
sun might twinkle on the way.
Well, you do see people walking by on the road, and you see them start to kind of like bop their head. They're appreciating the music as they walk by.
Wave and say hello. We should have a block party next time.
Kinda is. We own
This
the
is not a
block.
Oh shit.
That's
okay.
true.
That's hilarious.
Well, you've rented the block for a year.
Yes. Oh my god.
So
You know, and I say, well, after I take, when I take a break, I say, you realize now we have to find somebody else to watch the house.
We interviewed a couple of house ladies when we were doing our thing. Maybe we can.
We also have Zach.
Zach is not gonna clean our house. Oh.
No.
We don't need anyone to clean the house if no one's living here. We just clean it when we get back, but he can watch it.
Oh yeah. I see what
We
you're
do
saying.
need to change the locks though, because we gave that woman a key.
Yeah. Good point.
Something tells me she doesn't need a key if she wants to get
That's
in.
true.
I might be able to help with that. I can definitely take care of getting the locks changed. I'll do that first thing in the morning when the locksmith opens.
Okay.
But and he looks at Jerry Ann, and she kind of looks back at him quizzically for a second, and then kind of and he says, if you want somebody to watch the house, Jerry Ann can do it.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of do odd jobs mostly. Whatever needs doing. And I don't work regular, so it might be nice having something that's kind of regular.
That would be lovely.
Okay.
Perfect.
So I immediately walk over to Arabelle and go, should we offer her to let her stay here, but tell them that if they're having a good time, that they're having a good time for more than them, which is going to make it probably better in general. But he would probably be like, well, heck yeah. But I ask Arabelle, should we offer to let her stay here,
Right. We could say, do you have a house already? Do you need living quarters?
Oh no, Liam and I live together.
Oh my god. I love it. His name is Liam. I do. I don't say anything there, but I think it's fucking adorable.
Sam.
Okay.
Hold on. She notices the look on your face when you say Liam, because she rolled really, really high.
I didn't say Liam.
When she
No.
said Liam.
When she said Liam,
Oh.
she noticed that you kind of got a little look. And she goes, there is no way I'm calling him Wiggy. That's just stupid. Hey, I happen to like Wiggy. Yes,
know.
I know.
Airman
Oh my
looks at her and says, right, which is why we always kind of thought it fit.
I like these people. Looks like you finally hooked up with some people that aren't stupid.
Oh my gosh.
Well, no,
Someday.
they definitely ain't stupid. That's for sure.
Thank you.
So she'll just kind of keep an eye on our house then, and we can do our own cooking and cleaning and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
I'll do whatever you want me to do. You know, if
Oh,
you want me
that's
to,
so nice.
you want me to, dust it while you're gone or whatever, I can do it.
Nice.
You just let me know or let Liam know, and yeah, we'll go from there. How much was
got to
you?
be okay with Zach.
How much was you paying? Oh,
He doesn't
Yeah.
come out.
well,
He's
no.
gonna have his own
remember?
entrance.
You remember I told you about the little scaly dog that makes the healing potions for town?
Silly dog.
Oh, that's who this is?
Yes, that's
Oh.
Zach.
Well, if he's gonna have his own way in and out and ain't gonna be coming through the house, then I don't got a problem with it. Sounds like he's, useful. Yeah,
He's very useful.
absolutely useful. I mean, there's a lot of the poor people in town who might be dead if it wasn't for the fact that he makes those little mushroom healing potions.
Yeah.
Sure. We can work out, like how much you pay me later. Now's not the time. This is a party, but
That's right.
and feel free to work it out with Liam, and he'll just let me know. That's fine. When it comes to money and me, I trust him.
And Wiggy, if you wanted, because when we're gone, if we get the house all set up and furnished, you could use it as, and you could bring people by to see examples of your work.
Does this mean that you're gonna hire me to do the rest of the rooms?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
No. We're gonna pay you in exposure. Let me get you some likes.
Nice. Nice.
I think we could work something out, but it'll be also good for your business because you could bring people in.
Absolutely, it'd be like almost like a showroom.
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, we'll get together in the next couple days, and you can each tell me, what you want for your rooms and what you want for the downstairs rooms, and I'll start looking for stuff.
So, true to fashion, Airman eats about half of his plate and slides it over in front of Zorith.
Who has two of her own?
I just adopted over to my plates and just keep eating.
Plates.
I have two. Now I have two and whatever's left of Airman's.
Uh-huh.
So 2.5.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a chubby little shit before this whole thing is over.
No, because we work out a lot.
We
Do a
do.
lot of walking.
You did nearly die.
Oh, that's true. Good point. thanks.
You deserve good treats.
There we go.
But we don't say that out loud, right?
You can if you can if you want.
No.
Okay.
No.
Because I didn't tell that part of the story.
To Aloric, right?
No. No. This is player to player.
Yes. So a good time is had by all.
Yes.
And good food and good company and good music.
And I play a little bit more, and the thing.
Mm-hmm. And it stretches on throughout the afternoon. Everybody having a good time. It actually stretches on into early evening.
There's plenty of food.
Yep. And Athgar is suitably impressed with the cake and the pies from the bakery.
I'm sure as we all are.
And well, he should be.
Right?
And at some point later on, begins discussing the possibility of them catering an event at the keep.
Ooh.
And
Ooh.
they kind of start looking at him like, that would be great, but don't you need to get permission?
Right? They don't know who he is.
And Athgar kind of like gets this look on his face like, oh shit. And then he
Athgar
says,
knows people.
and then he says, I'm actually fairly well acquainted with several of the people who work in the keep. And I'm certain that they would enjoy this as much as I have. Oh, well, if you're sure, then absolutely we can work something out. Excellent.
Does Sten stop by?
No.
Okay.
And no cross.
Nope.
No. That would
We're
have
a
been,
little busy right now.
Yeah.
that would have been insane.
It was a gesture anyway. I didn't figure he would show up.
Right.
Right.
But we are clan friends, so.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And
Did you try some of the cider, Athgar? The pear cider?
oh yes, it's wonderful. I will be speaking with Lorik is his name?
Aloric, yes.
Yes.
And seeing if I can acquire some of that for my private stash.
Ooh.
I'll find out.
His is the tavern inn that you'll be coming to for Tasha's music on
Oh yes, Wednesday night.
Wednesday night.
Most excellent. I look forward to it even more now. I must say, and I am becoming very well aware of exactly how naive this makes me sound, but the Outer Enclave is not at all what I expected.
No.
You squeeze him on the shoulder.
So, as the evening starts to continue on, Hugh and Sar thank you effusively for what they say is the best day they've had in more fortnights than they are years old.
Aww.
But have to excuse themselves because they have to get to bed because they have to get up at like 3 in the morning.
Give
It
them
was
both
so
hugs.
great to see you both.
Well, thank you so much for inviting us. This was wonderful, and it was a pleasure meeting all the rest of you as well. Young Athgar, we'll be looking for you anytime, any morning. Feel free to come in. These folks will tell you where the bakery is if you don't already know.
And I give them hugs as they leave.
All right.
Yes.
Thank them again for dessert and their company.
All right. And Alorix, shortly thereafter, says, well, I should probably get back in case there's anyone checking in tonight. I definitely want to be there. So.
I place my hand on his arm and I thank him for my plant,
For your desert flower.
my desert flower.
Yes.
I thank him very much. And I give him a hug, but not like a,
Right. And he
Friendly
kind
hug.
of, awkwardly
of course.
hugs you back. Right.
All of the awkwards.
Well,
Right?
it's not so much awkward as in it surprised him. And so he was just a little, like, there was a couple seconds of just standing there kind of like, oh. And then he,
Oh, we're hugging. Okay,
yes,
cool.
yes, yes. And
I didn't hug everybody else.
right. But he wishes everyone else good night and heads
We'll
off.
see you in the morning.
And about another half hour or so, Wiggy's kicked back, and Jerry Ann just kind of looks at him and goes, "Hey, we should go too? Don't overstay your welcome." Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, we should probably get going too, but we will definitely be talking this week, and we can set up and figure out what you want to do with the rooms, and I can get started.
Thank you both. It was lovely to meet you, Jirian.
Yeah.
It was really nice meeting all of you too. I mean, I understand now why Liam's been talking about you so much.
Well,
You folks are really interesting people.
Wednesday night, which I think is drinking night at the Rat. I looked at Wiggy and Wink.
And he
Tasha will
just
be-
kind of goes, "Oh, is it? Wow, that's interesting."
Jesus Christ.
I think Tasha will be performing. Maybe Jirian could join me.
Oh yeah, that would be great.
Thurman starts laughing.
I give them
I'd love
hugs.
to have dinner with you and listen to some music again. That would be lovely.
Sounds great. I'll plan on seeing you there.
Hugs, hugs.
Hugs, hugs.
Wiggy's gonna kick me later.
So,
And
it's
we have Africa.
just the four of you and Athgar. Everybody make a perception check.
$24.
14.
22.
17.
All right. Arabelle and Tasha, you hear a slight rustling sound off to the side, and then you see Athgar go, "Ah!" And you look over, and you see Zek
Hi,
has
Zach.
crept up to the table, and he's crept up to the table next to Arabelle, and he slips the plate back on the table and says, "Food good," and turns around and runs.
Oh.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Hi, Zach.
That was Zek.
That's a kobold?
Yes.
They don't look
Yes.
anything like the drawings I've seen in the books.
Or a scaly dog.
That is actually a fairly good labeling. I only got a glimpse for a moment, but it did
Yeah,
look a bit like a
maybe-
scaly dog.
Maybe don't refer to him as a scaly dog. It would be much like someone referring to you as a hairless chimp.
Ah, good advice. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad he enjoyed it.
Good. I think it was a great day then.
Thank you all for indulging me. I know you were not thrilled with the idea of a party, but I think it was good timing. I think we needed to spend the day together and with our friends.
You suddenly just get a sense that something has changed, and you look over, and there's a very, very large, probably like 6'7", cloaked figure standing on the other side of the fire.
I
We all see this?
Then
I stand up and draw my weapons.
Athgar immediately stands up.
I stand up too. I put down my loot.
I put my hand on my, well, I don't have it made yet. I
Right.
put my hand to where my wand will be.
And you hear a very deep voice say, "Forgive me for interrupting."
Who are you?
Is it Krosk?
Athgar kind of gulps and says,
It's his dad.
"I'd like to introduce you to my father, Lord Tremaine."
I start like curtsy bobbing, like, oh shit, like.
Stop,
I
stop.
curtsy appropriately.
Please, stop. I do not want anyone to know that I am here.
And I stand up straight.
I sheathe my weapons.
Please, sit where you were. May I join you?
Join us.
Of
Please. Would you
Can I
like
get
some
your
cake?
I think not for now, but thank you.
What can we do for you?
That is not why I am here. I am here for what you have already done for me and for my town and for my son.
And I like chuck him on the shoulder, like I pat him on the shoulder, like, heck yeah. Athgar, not Lord Tremaine.
Right, I figured.
Okay, I figured I was like, oh, I should probably point that out.
Sorry, baby clarification.
You're such a lord! Ah!
You're the coolest.
If I may,
Cute little lordlet.
there's not much that we've done for him that he hasn't done for us.
That is what I have heard. But to be honest, I did not know that he had such mettle. Nor, I think, did he.
Respectfully, he hasn't had many options or choices.
Chances to prove himself.
There may be something in what you say. You are not the first to have suggested that to me recently. But I have been hearing of your successes. Krosk is once again restored to his honor, and his dishonor would have been my dishonor. So for that, I am very grateful. The discovery of the strange grove underneath the warehouse provided an explanation that we have not had for some time. And I have summoned experts from the Tower of Azanor to advise us in removing the plants from that grove and returning them to the Everwood.
I look at Zori and I say, yeah, your old mentor is here.
And I quickly look at Airman, but then I like look back to Lord Tremaine, like very distracted, but still concentrating at the talking on hand.
Oh, so perhaps you are familiar with the experts. This is good.
If it's my old mentor, he knows much.
Then I will hope that that is the case. And you were able to discover the truth about 2 spies that my soldiers had not been able to find.
In all fairness to them, it wasn't easy.
I would expect not. But you have proven yourselves rather capable. Eralakas informs me that neither of them are currently within the city limits any longer. So you have removed 2 dire threats to the city.
Perhaps only temporarily, but yes.
Of
And I nod.
course. But now we know them. If they return, we will know. Eralakas is set to watch for them, and I have every confidence that if they return, he will see them. They will not cause the same type of mischief again.
If I can give you a little bit of fair warning, they can shapeshift.
So I have heard.
Or illusion or something, but they can make themselves look like anyone.
Yes. Eralakas assures me that he has the ability to see through that now that we know to look.
Good.
But this leaves me in your debt.
I mean, not. I look around to everybody else. I'm like, kind of not really. I mean,
We came because the Jogravanans have been making incursions across Aecathan.
And we came to put an end to it, if possible.
And for now, it appears that you have.
At least
Then-
here.
There are still some Jogravanan agents, but we know who they are. And we keep an eye on them, feed them what information we want them to know. But those 2 we had not been able to find.
I'm briefly going to tell him about our secret rock and what Eralakas said. Because I believe that was after your meeting with Eralakas and the Arch.
Well, yet another avenue to sow disinformation.
Yes.
Eralakas is clever. But that is what I pay him for. So, it strikes me that having you here in Thunder's Edge is good for the city, and it is good for my son. So I come with a thank you. And he reaches into his cloak and he pulls out a scroll. And he says, which one of you is the leader?
I pointed to Arabelle.
Yeah,
Why me?
I pointed
why-
at Arabelle too.
He reaches his hand out to hand you the scroll, Arabelle.
I take it.
He says, workmen will be arriving tomorrow. It is all explained, but I urge you to accept this. I think it will be good for everyone. Athgar, I will see you at home. Good evening.
It's an honor to meet you, sir.
And he just gets up, turns around, and walks into the darkness past the fire.
I wave at his back. I don't say anything. I just wave. That was. I didn't get it. Okay, thanks.
And
goodbye.
you see Athgar kind of looking a little dazed.
Unroll.
That was the nicest stuff he's ever said to you, isn't it?
That was the nicest I've ever seen him be to anyone.
Well,
You must have impressed him quite a bit.
I think you did too.
You are kind of part of that. You have been impressive too.
Well, I'm dying to find out. What does this...
I opened the scroll. Guess we don't have to buy the house.
Oh boy.
It is in it, there are several parts to it. The first one is a writ of seizure. The crown is taking back the house.
Okay.
And with it is a note for all of the money you put down for rent that you take it to the keep and you will be reimbursed.
Oh.
But what?
So we
Then
gotta move?
The second section declares this property to henceforth be known as the Forehome.
Oh, we're the 4.
Yep.
Weird.
And
That's what happens when you don't establish yourselves as a wickety wickety whack team or something.
and you see that it is hereby bequeathed to the 4. And your names are down there.
Alrighty.
He knows our names.
And then the last
I would
part,
hope he knows our names.
the last part is a little difficult to decipher. Zorith, make an Arcana check for me.
What are the workmen coming today?
Ooh, I rolled a natural 19. What'd you say, Arcana? Ooh,
Yes, ma'am.
24.
24.
Is it going to have guards? And
Everybody's kind of looking at this and trying to figure out what in the world, and then you read it through enough of it that your eyes get really big.
is it going to be warded?
The workmen are coming to build an extension onto the other end of the house, and it will be a steel-walled chamber with no windows.
Wow.
And once it is constructed, they will begin etching a permanent teleportation circle.
Shut up!
Oh my God.
That's cool.
It will
That is
take
nice.
it will take 3 months of 4 mages working every day.
For fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
So it won't be ready anytime soon.
3 months, 4 mages?
Yes. But
Wow.
at the end of those 3 months, you will be delivered the rune key to that teleportation circle.
Wow.
Can get here from any other teleportation circle.
No, you can get here from anywhere. Period.
You just
You just have to
cast
cast.
you cast teleportation circle and
But-
etch a copy of that rune key, and it will take you to the one that will be
Right,
attached to
we
the house.
can't cast that yet.
No, but
In
What
3
level?
months, it's likely you may be able to cast it, or you'll be closer.
Zori will.
Is it me? Will I be able to do that?
yep,
It will be.
won't be me.
It's level 7 though. 7th level.
Well, it's a 5th level spell. 4th level. 5th level spell. Yeah. So 9th level.
It says 7th.
Teleportation circle?
Oh, teleport. Sorry.
Teleportation circle, I think, is 5th level.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
So
missed that.
you'll need to gain 3 more levels, but you've got 3 months to do it.
Whoa, that's amazing. I'm excited.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
And then the very bottom is a personal note from Lord Tremaine himself saying that he hopes, should the need arise, that it would be possible for him to call on you if he needs your assistance.
Sure.
So look back over at Athgar after we read all of that.
And I look
Yeah.
at my brother.
Well, that's my father. A gift and an obligation in the same scroll.
Oh.
Well, I don't see it as an obligation.
It's an
I
honor.
see it as a personal request that we may or may not be able to fulfill, depending on what we're doing.
True.
However, yeah, I think if the city's in trouble, then it's our city too. So
Well, it will be nice to know that in just a few months, it won't take weeks for you to travel to get here to visit.
yes, that makes me very happy.
And as fun as the Everwood was,
It's a much better way to travel.
this is a much easier way to travel.
I'd rather do this than the Everwood for sure.
A little bit.
I don't know. I will admit, I have been reading about the Everwood. It does
As
sound
weird as you've been reading about, it's weirder.
So
It does
Lauren's
sound
meant-
interesting.
here,
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's interesting.
your mentor is here, and you knew?
Yeah, I just found out on the way over here. I haven't had a chance to say anything to her.
You should have brought
Yeah.
him for dinner.
Right.
Yeah.
Hang on one second. Athgar, you might be able to wait. And I start making connections in my head. If hold on. Obras is here. And he's going to be the one that's doing all of the research. I might be able to get you in there to kind of like maybe catalog or help or look at or discover all
Oh.
sorts of things.
I would like that very much. I would enjoy meeting a teacher of yours.
I would enjoy seeing him as well. We'll let you know.
They had just gotten into town, hadn't even
Ah, okay.
checked into the inn yet, so
Well, I'm sure we'll see them in the morning or something since
Very
we're staying
likely.
there.
yeah, they are staying at Alorix.
How much did we pay in rent?
I would have to go back and look.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, it was a year's worth of rent. So
Right, because we paid up front, right?
Right.
Yep.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
Now, however,
I am tired.
you realize
Mhm.
that now you have to clean all this up.
yeah.
Prestidigitation helps.
I will totally press to digitation.
Yep.
You should get some rest.
Everyone needs some rest.
I
Yes,
don't.
but you need rest more than the rest of us.
I took a short rest, so I mean, I'm the same as you guys are. But yes, we will get things cleaned up and then head back to the inn and get a good night's rest.
Yes.
But we needed to get back on our regular schedule anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right. So you finish cleaning everything up. You leave the table and chairs out, figuring that Wiggy
No
will
one
send
will
someone
bother
for
them.
them in the morning, right?
Yeah.
Lock up the
Take the
house
linen bin.
and head back to the Ivory's Wrath.
Yep.
And
Thank
you get-
Athgar for coming.
He thanks you very much for inviting him and says that he will see you on Wednesday, if not before.
Right.
And
We'll talk when we come back from break then.
yep, you head back to the Ivory's Wrath. Aloric is there. There are a couple people in the main room, but as tired as you are, you just basically nod and exchange pleasantries, and at least the three ladies head upstairs to rest for the night. Araman?
I need to talk to Airman though before we split.
Okay. All right. So Arabelle and Tasha head upstairs, and
Pass out.
Nariman and Zorth linger to have a conversation, which we will have after the break.
Yes.
Yay!
All right.
See, fun dinner party.
Woohoo!
Yeah, fun for me, trying to do 8 voices at once.
Good job.
You did
Good job. We
good.
should have invited like 10 more people. Just
Oh, so mean.
They wouldn't have shown up. Strange
Yeah,
that.
I got that feeling that you're like, nope.
this is the limit.
8 is enough.
Go ahead! Invite Sten! Invite Aerolocus! Invite the Archmage! See if I care!
They're not coming.
Darn, what do you know?
All right. We will be back in 15 minutes, and we'll pick up where we left off. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you in 15. And welcome back.
Woot.
So, Zorth and Araman, where are you going to chat? Is it going to be in the main room? Or
Zori's room.
Zori's room, okay.
We head up to my room.
Okay.
So, some interesting things I didn't get an opportunity to tell you about yesterday. And some things that happened. Well, first of all, one of the things I was going to tell you is that your mentor was here, but you already know
Right.
that now.
Yep.
And I figured you would probably want to know this, but the woman that I saw in the bed in that house had your face.
That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure it was just an illusion. And probably some kind of a jab at me because she knew I would be the one to discover it.
Oh. What a mess.
I heard a voice in my trance earlier.
A voice? What? A voice known to you?
No,
What did
And
it
vision.
say?
distinct impression that someone able is taking an interest in my affairs.
Well, that's not good.
I don't know what to make of it. It was accompanied with visions, and as you know, we don't dream when we're in
We
our
do not.
trances.
Dream. A vision of what?
I don't remember what it was, Jeff. Do you remember? Oh,
It was
Wasn't that
it was basically images of your interactions with Granella.
right. Okay.
Oh,
Kind of a
And-
montage-ish.
and when was this?
Earlier when I was in my trance.
Oh, after we discovered that she was false.
Yep. The
Hmm.
voice mentioned that I was at a point in my life where decisions were going to have to be made. That
Well-
I was in fact duped, and what was I going to do about that? In essence.
Oh. Well, besides the voice, now we have a bunch of decisions. I mean, yesterday or earlier today, you said we weren't going to put down roots here, and now we legitimately have a house with a reason to come back. And Tremaine and Viessa, and I mean, what are we going to do?
Well, the teleportation circle is going to change a lot of things.
It's going to be a while till I can use
True.
it, till it's made.
But once we have access to it, it's going to change a lot about what I said earlier. Because if we can get back here in just a moment, then we can be anywhere else and not have to worry too much about it.
Yeah.
If we can get access to some other teleportation circles and you can get access to it.
That, I mean, a teleportation circle changes everything. That's it. It's gonna take high-level mages months to finish this, and I mean this gift. This is beyond a gift. This is the most special thing that can happen for any. I mean,
Well,
we have really been gifted a, like Athgar said, it kind of comes with a price. I mean, this is a big deal.
well, I don't necessarily see it that way. If they have a need of us, I mean, this is our town too, so why wouldn't we help?
Well, earlier today, this wasn't really our town. You were ready to head back to Viessa.
And I still am. But if we can access this place that easily, eventually, it makes a difference.
I don't know what your loyalty to Viessa is already without us. I mean, you were ready to go without me today. If I had said no, obviously I won't, but
Had nothing
I mean-
to do with Viessa. Zori, you're carving out a life for yourself. That doesn't necessarily mean I have to be a part of it. And that's fine. That's great. And I say be a part of it. I don't mean like infinitely separated. I just mean you don't need your older brother hanging around you all the time. You can take care of yourself.
that's okay. That is good to know that you finally realized that.
I suppose it's overdue. But that
But
was my
also,
own
I choose
insecurities.
to make a foursome with the people that we have, found. We're good together. We gel. I guess I don't understand. Are you wanting to stretch out and do some things independently of us, of everything?
No, I'm not.
Well, that's definitely not what I misunderstood this morning then, because
Well, I was in a different place this morning.
okay.
It came across, I think, a little harsher than I probably intended it to.
It definitely felt like you were more upset that you'd been had than that we were a foursome, than that I had almost died. It seemed like, yeah.
Well, there's nothing on this planet that would shake my world more than if you died.
I can understand that. I am that cool. And I chuff him on the shoulder. Oh shit.
And that's hilarious that you think that. But I don't know. I don't want to break us up, but I don't want to stay here forever and put down roots.
Well,
Now, I know none of you agree with Viesa's methods and blah, 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 but to be honest, Viesa has given us the best opportunity we can to help our country. She's put us in the best use of our gifts and talents.
I say we did that for ourselves. She just got us here.
Right, but she's the one that set it up. Otherwise, we would be wearing soldier uniforms and getting wasted up north by dragons.
Well,
I'm not saying I owe her anything. I'm just saying I think right now she's our best bet for being utilized in the best way.
well, I will admit I've been really confused by some of the things that you've said. Not necessarily even about this, but about the fact that, you know, you'd like to get back and help our people when none of our people helped us. We've been... I make no distinction between, well, our people being the elven kind and also our family, who you seem to care less about than our heritage. And that frustrates me and confuses me because the two are intertwined. And at any point, we could have been taken care of by any elven family, could have looked out for us on the road, but weren't.
Well,
Not that we would have let them, but no one made that kindness or offering to us. And yet you want to, you know, free our people, but have no thought of our parents. And that confuses me.
I can clarify it, but I don't know if you'll agree with it.
I'm listening.
Our people, our heritage, where we're from, needs to be preserved. We need to take it back.
And
That's how I
what our
feel.
parents were doing.
Our parents, that was something I took more personally. I understand what they were doing. I get it. But they didn't need to.
But you feel the need now.
I do. But I don't have two children that I know of.
True, but wait, what? Did I miss something?
Yes.
He said that I know of.
Oh,
Jeez Louise.
Daddy.
true, fair. But also, we are today, we stand made stronger by what happened. Had I not been, and I motioned to my arm, and had they not gone looking for answers and then kind of become lost, I mean, I don't necessarily know that they would have done it without needing to. We are who we are because they did what they did. And
You're right. But, and I understand why you feel how you feel. It's just, for me, it's not what they did to me. It's what they did to you. And I took it very personally, and I still do.
By leaving me with you, or by leaving us with...
All of that time we spent in the streets, not knowing where our next meal was going to come from, or if it ever would, and frequently it didn't. And watching you go through that, or any of the awful things that happened to us that didn't need to.
I could see how you would feel that. You were thrust into responsibility far too early.
So were you.
I guess.
But we can't control how we feel, and that's just how I feel.
I understand better. A little.
Well, you get some rest.
Hey, you don't think that voice is coming from your fancy new weapon, do you?
Possible.
I've heard of, when I was in the tower, there are smart weapons? Would I know what they're like? Would I know a different name for them?
You know, sentient weapons.
Sentient weapons.
Well, sentient magic objects.
Sentient magic objects that, I don't know, because you used it and previously you hadn't, so something to think about. If it is and you need me to divest you of it, let me know. I'm ready for it. I don't know how.
I have another conversation with the voice.
What?
If I have another conversation with the voice, I'll ask it if it's the weapon.
I'll ask Oberus when I see him how to divest you of a crazy weapon. Just in case. But he's here? I'm so excited.
That's very cool. I'm curious to see what he has to say about that cave.
Yeah. I wonder if he knows that we're the ones that found it.
Well, we should see him in the morning. I'm sure he'll be down for breakfast.
Yeah. And I, say, anything else?
Unless you have something else.
No. And I turn around and I start talking to myself about what I'm going to tell him about what we saw in the Everwood, and then what was downstairs in the thing, and just kind of start listing off all the things that I need to tell him. I wave over my hand and shut the door behind me.
Zori.
Open the door.
This is your room, sweetie.
I totally fucking forgot we were in my room. But it totally tracks, doesn't it? I come back in and I start pushing him out.
Get some rest. I mean it. Don't sit up all night thinking about this.
You too?
I've already slept.
Oh. Cool. All right. And I push him out my door. Good night. And I shut the door. Before I go to sleep, I'm going to write a thank you note to Lark. So. And then I'm going to get my 4 hours of whatever.
And Airman, if you wanted, you can meditate for like the last 4 hours.
Yeah, I'll do that just to get back on track.
Right.
Any more visitors?
No.
Okay.
No voices, no visions. Just your normal meditative trance.
Curiosity, did we did not end up identifying that, did we? We did.
His sword, yes.
We did identify the sword, but
Yes.
Oh my gosh, we have done so many things in such little time. Okay. Moth spiders. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Those were pre-Tasha. She's disappointed. We may have to meet them again.
Grayish tan spiders with vestigial wings.
They were gross.
It's not right.
Oh, here in my notes I have Zoroth is awkward.
You had to write that down.
I did.
She's nothing if not prepared.
Right. Well, the sun rises, and eventually so do you all.
Straight away,
it's
go
a marvelous
downstairs.
sigil, and they identified it for us.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
8 on them. I go down early.
Okay. You see like 4 tables have people at them. There's a merchant sitting by himself. There's a couple tables full of workers getting ready for the day, and you see a man and a woman sitting off by the window, just intently chewing.
Man and a woman?
Yeah.
Have we ever seen them before?
Make a history check.
Hello.
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 Hi.
Hello.
Siri.
Hello.
My dad always used to say, yellow. I'd answer the phone, green.
Oh.
17.
17. You aren't 100% sure, but you don't think you've seen them before.
I'll come down to breakfast.
All right. You come down. You see Arabelle sitting at the table. She already has tea in front of her.
Did you rest well?
I did. I wrote Lorca a thank you note.
And as if summoned by his name, he walks over to the table and says, "Good morning.
Good morning.
What would
and
you...
I hand him the thank you note.
Oh, thank you.
It's a thank you note.
Oh, that's very
Thank you.
kind. And what would you like to drink this morning?
Water is fine.
Very well.
And I like awkwardly fold my arms on the table.
You see him tuck the note into an inside pocket in his vest, and he walks back over and shortly comes back with your water.
while he's gone, I look to Arabelle and I go, God, I am bad at that.
So bad.
You're not down here, shut up.
Not as bad as you think.
Okay. And literally all it says is thank you for the lovely plant.
Sorry.
I signed my name.
Now I come downstairs.
All right. And he Aloric meets you at the table with another cup and another pot of hot water and tea and
I look
Aloric,
around.
You're the
Oh.
best.
that's very kind. And good morning.
I ask Lorik about my Oberus.
Oh, yes. He and another master from the tower are here, along with 2 valets. You see the gentleman and the lady sitting by the window. Those are his valets.
Do I recognize them?
Make a history check.
History check. 3. Not horrible. Oh, wait, but I'm not me.
But you're not you.
No, I'm on the teleportation circle, not my actual person.
Oh, okay.
14, and you said history, so 16.
16. You don't recognize the woman, but you do recognize the gentleman. He's kind of fat. Wears loose clothing and has thick, round spectacles on his face. You know him. He's one of the workers at the tower. You think his name is Keith, but you're not 100% sure about that. But you do remember seeing him around the tower. He wasn't a student, he was someone who worked there.
Okay. Well, if they misbehave, tell me.
They've been very polite.
Oh, good.
I think only Airman blows up magic.
And I will take like my cup and whatever I have, and I'll position it so I can see the people coming down the stairs.
Okay.
I come downstairs.
Tasha!
Yeah.
So-
Good morning.
What?
Morning.
I haven't had coffee. Please don't surprise me.
How far is it to travel from the tower of Azeroth to Irma?
Day and a half.
Okay. So it's
Maybe
not
2
very
days.
far.
No, it depends on, like, if you're going on foot, obviously it's longer. If you're going on horseback, it's faster. If you're one of the masters of the tower, it's probably very quick.
Because I'm just thinking, when you are able to cast teleportation circle, you'll probably be able to get access to one there.
Very likely.
So that would put us pretty close. I mean, there's probably one in Irma at the keep, but we'd have to get permission. Maybe Viessa has one, I don't know. But if
Very
nothing
possible.
else, the tower would probably be pretty close.
Do they have one at
And there's probably
Constance
one.
Wave?
There's probably one at the Sanctum, which is just across from
Right.
Costed's Wave. So
Mike,
It
make
opens our world up.
make a history check.
Whom?
Mike.
All right. Dirty 20.
You can't say that you recall anybody from Costed's Wave talking about teleportation circles, but then again, you really weren't keyed in on that as something to pay attention to until now.
Sure.
So,
Hmm.
But is it? I wonder if it's an expensive spell.
Zorath, make an Arcana check.
Ooh, natural 20. I'm looking it up as we speak.
As am I.
I think it's 50 gold pieces.
Just
Got a gold.
Rare chalks and inks infused with precious gems worth 50 gold pieces, which the spell consumes. Whew.
Yeah, so 50 gold pieces every
It's
time.
pretty expensive every time, but
Yeah, but we don't use it every single day. We'll
Right.
use it when we need to travel from one
Right.
point to
That's
another.
just why I was trying to.
That's 50 gold worth of gems is a small price to pay compared to what could possibly happen by her
Right.
casting a spell at that
Right.
level.
well.
He's right.
Right, but we're not going to be like popping down here for breakfast and
No.
then going home.
Well, but this is.
Because if it has a gold piece cost, you can't use your focus.
Well, it kind of it's. I'll read about it in a second, but it's kind of. Yeah. So.
Yeah, basically you have to use the chalks and inks to create a temporary replica of the circle you wish to reach.
Right.
And
Right.
then it is consumed when the spell goes off.
Yes. Got it. So, I'm just sitting waiting for to
All
come
right.
downstairs.
Well, seeing that all four of you are there, Aloric comes over and says, the usual, I take it?
Coffee.
And coffee.
Oh yeah, well, coffee was put in front of you seconds after you sat down.
Oh, thank God.
We all thank you. And God.
So he goes and, comes back a few minutes later with eggs and potatoes and sausages this morning,
Mm.
and bread and fruit.
Happy days.
I eat like staring up while eating. Single-mindedly focused. Who would have thought?
Must be excited to see your teacher.
I have so much to tell him.
And you see a figure come around the corner and walk down the stairs. About under 5.5 feet tall, silver hair cut very short, bushy eyebrows, a bushy silver goatee, rectangular glasses with silver rims, fair-skinned, and he comes walking down the stairs. Make a history check, Zorath.
Me?
Yeah.
History. 15.
You've seen him at the tower. He isn't someone who works in the Sorcerer's Tower. You're trying to remember exactly where you saw him. But he's from Azenor.
And I just smile and keep eating because I don't know him.
And he just kind of nods politely and goes to sit at a table.
With the other two people or a different
No.
table?
Different table. And the two people, since you're asking, since you're looking, the two people nod at him and he nods at them and sits himself down. Alaric comes over, takes his order.
I don't know that guy. And I keep looking.
He was with your dude yesterday when I saw him.
Yep.
Ah,
Airman, you recognize him.
yeah. I don't
Oh, yeah?
I don't know him.
You were introduced to him yesterday.
Well, yeah.
I would hope I recognize him.
And you remember Obrus saying that it was Master Indrus.
Master Indus?
Indrus.
Indrus. Okay. Yeah, he was with your dude yesterday. He introduced him as Master Indrus.
Now do I recognize the name?
Yep. He's one of the librarians.
Ah.
Like he's one of the mages that are dedicated to keeping the library of Azenor. So
Good.
he's
Why would-
primarily a researcher.
I'm
Oh,
glad he wasn't part of the potions class.
Mhm. No, he's probably here to write down everything, to notate it if Obrus needs, notes taken or...
I'm just saying, if he was, that would be awkward.
Wait, what? If he was in the potions class where you accidentally blew up the thing?
It wasn't an accident.
I mean,
Of course I did. I mean, I wasn't doing it to be, destructive or anything. I just wanted to see if my formula would work, and it worked.
he wouldn't know you. He's a librarian. Now, do I know that for sure, or am I just making that up?
No, you know that for sure.
Okay.
Because now you the name allowed you to go, right. That's where I saw him. He works in the library.
Constantly. Only.
And about another 10-15 minutes later, you see a familiar barrel-chested form come down the stairs yawning.
Obrus!
There he is.
Oh, Zori. Good morning. Tell me, do they have coffee?
Morning person, are you?
They do have coffee. You can sit with us, or you can sit with the stuffy guy from the library.
Oh, you mean my partner in this? Yes, I should probably sit with him, but I'm almost certain he'll retire back to our room as soon as he's done eating, and then I'll come and join you.
I
And,
don't know what you have planned for today, but I have so much to tell you.
well, I can certainly take the time to listen.
You know what? I'll bring my food, and I will take my food, and I'll walk over with them and start in with so many stories.
I look
And-
at the other two and I just say, it's a good thing she's charming because...
And
she is
Obrus,
cute.
Obrus sits down and says, Indrus, you, of course, remember my protege, Zorif. And he just kind of looks and says, ah, yes, I remember her. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you too. And Lurk will bring you food. And the Everwood that you're about to discover and learn about, we totally found that. And then,
And now you must tell me the whole story.
and then I do.
All right. Meanwhile, Aloric comes over, brings them food, asks you if you want anything else.
Is today pastries day or biscuits day or anything else?
No, today was sausages.
Right. I'll have more.
All right. And when he
Please.
brings them their food, he
I-
brings you out another plate
I
of
won't say
sausages.
please, probably.
So,
And I'll say thank you. But I probably didn't say please.
and so, Oberus is listening intently, asking questions, asking specifics periodically. And you see, at first, Andrews kind of looks a little bored. But
Irritated. Mildly
when-
irritated.
when you start to talk about the actual discovery of the grove, like when you get to that point, you see him kind of perk up and he pulls out a book and a quill and starts paying particular attention and starts making notes, apparently.
And then I kind of dash, like put a pin in that, and then I go back to when we walked through the Everwoods, and then her beard of feathers and me being blue and all the things that we saw. Oh! And then I stop. And I get really excited and I get very quiet. And then I tell them about our bushes,
The shrubberies.
shrubbery adventure.
He finds that amusing. Andrews is still just taking notes.
And then, like, I'll look over at Andrews and, like, if he's not paying attention, like, I'll stop and I'll wait and I'll, like, point and I'll, like, if I can see what he's writing, I'll make a mention of something that he might have missed.
And the first couple times he just raises an eyebrow, but after the third time he kind of reconsiders and scribbles something. Well,
We hear their conversation from where we're at.
make a perception check.
Yes.
Okay.
25.
Yeah, you're able to eavesdrop.
23.
Hey, Zori,
Yes.
ask him about your little protege that you sent there.
Oh my gosh. What about, peaches and cream, Aaron Fellis.
Oh, yes. Young Master Aaron is doing quite well. Unfortunately, he's not magically
Sorcerer.
suited to our methods. He
I
is
know.
definitely of the wizard bent. But
But that's okay.
he came to introduce himself, and I find him to be a very charming young man.
He is.
Yes,
He's
I
excellent.
I did happen to also meet his father when he arrived, and seemed very kind.
He was. He
The
seemed
f-
very kind. Thank you. I yell to my brother for reminding me.
Andrews just kind of raises an eyebrow and then goes back to looking and making little notations in the stuff he's already written down. And Ober says, well, that's definitely part of why I'm here, is to investigate this and make a recommendation as how best to transplant these growths back to the forest where apparently they came from.
I don't
But
know.
that's not the only reason I'm here.
Oh?
And you see Andrews kind of leans back a little bit and looks at him, kind of shakes his head, and Oberst goes, "Pfft. I vouch for her. Andrews has uncovered the most fascinating rumor.
I lean closer.
One of the very few pre-shattering texts that we can still read made mention of the source of the Everwood's power.
Ooh.
Supposedly, it is buried somewhere in the Everwood and guarded. So, on the surface, we have been sent to advise Lord Tremaine and his soldiers on how to remove the grove beneath their haunted warehouse. But really, we're here to find that power source. Who
I sit
knows
back.
what else we could learn?
Okay.
You know, it sounds like you have done yourself proud here, and 12 eyes would be better than 4. If you wanted to join me. And your friends, of course.
I don't know. I do actually have a friend who is very knowledgeable and very studious, and he is actually of the Raqueliad.
Oh yes, that's what they call their special soldiers. I remember reading about that.
Yes.
It's an odd culture here. That was very clear.
Yes, it is. I'll be right back. And I run back to the table real quick. Because...
So she shoves me out the door, and I'm in the middle of talking to her.
What? Are you talking about me again? Whatever.
Is this before or after she left her own room?
Is this before or after she left what?
Her own
Her
room.
own room.
Oh.
Because you know he ratted her out about that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Whatever. So they're here to find a way to transplant everything back, but also to find, and I'm saying it hush-hushy, I'm not saying it loud enough, but also to try to find the source of the Everwood power. Do we want to hang out with them, or should I just send Athgar with them, or are they trying to...
that when we were there, right?
What?
That sounded familiar. That there was something buried, like there was legend or something. That I think we knew when we went in there, right? That part sounded really familiar. But
It kind of sounds cool.
yeah,
Well, yeah.
I mean, we are kind of wrapped up here for now, so
Do we want to join them? That's what I'm asking.
You mean, do we want to hang out with a high-powered
Sorcerer?
sorcerer and maybe find something that people have been looking for since before the shattering? Yeah, that sounds okay.
are you going to invite Athgar to come?
That's what I'm wondering. Do I tell them about I mean, I told them about Athgar, but is it something that we...
I don't know if Athgar is ready to leave the Enclave just yet.
Or has permission.
Well, I mean, I don't know what this involves. Like, they're going to be down in the haunted warehouse.
Yeah, that part for sure.
Oh, that, yeah. I just meant, like,
Going to the Everwood.
going to the Everwood. I don't know that he'll be...
Yeah, no. But I'm a little concerned. Is that like an okay power for them to figure out? Like, if it gets in the wrong hands, like, I'm so
Well-
confused.
I
Well,
don't think we can stop Oberus from anything, right?
and if they figured out what was going on, who else has figured it out? Would you rather have it in the tower's custody, or
The Jogravanan.
the Jogravanan, or the dragons?
And we'll be there, at least we'll be part of it. So if anything happens, okay, so do we say yes?
Yes, dear, we say yes.
Yeah.
What's on Airman's plate? Is there anything on Airman's plate?
Oh yeah.
I snatch a sausage off it and I go back to the other
He doesn't
table.
have sausage on it.
Oh
That's
no,
true.
there won't be
Maybe
sausage on
it's
it.
Airman.
Maybe some fruit.
Yeah, there's probably some fruit and
Bread.
a few potatoes and some bread.
I'll take a piece of bread and I'll head back. And I look over my shoulder. You would have given it to me anyway. And I keep walking. And I sit down and I say, many eyes are better than just a couple sets. We would love to join you.
Excellent. And Andrews is kind of looking at him with this sour look, and he says, "Oh, lighten up, Andrews. They've proven themselves. They're going to be helpful." Nice.
And I look at Andrews and I say, yeah, without us, you wouldn't even know anything about a fancy underground Everwood thing.
I
then I sit back.
suppose that is true. Well, of course it's true. They discovered it here. They should be part of the discovery, hopefully, of whatever else it is.
Have you ever been to the Everwood?
Yes, we passed through it on the way.
Okay.
Andrews says, "I'm going to go upstairs and notate all of this correctly so that I can reference it. Come and find me when you're ready to inspect the site." Oh, very well, very well. And he grabs his cup, refills it full of coffee, and then walks over and sits down at the table with the rest of you.
Oh, Oberus?
Yep.
Not the stuffy guy. I thought you were
No,
talking about
no,
the
no.
stuffy guy.
No, the stuffy guy goes upstairs. Well, it's wonderful to see all of you again. It looks like you've been doing quite well. I had no idea when we got the request from Lord Tremaine that we were being brought down here to investigate something you all discovered. Well done.
Has he met everybody? If not, I introduce him to Tasha for sure.
I don't think I've met
I don't think he's met everybody yet.
So,
So I introduce him.
introduce me.
I nod my head. Nice to meet you.
It is a pleasure.
Where is-
I'm your brother.
Yes, I remember you. And
Where-
why you got kicked out.
Yes. But you remember me because of that, don't you?
I remember you because you're Zoris' brother. You're not the only one to get kicked out for such shenanigans.
Where is
I-
Andrew's room?
It's up
I
on the
asked
it's up
Oberus.
on the second floor. All of your rooms are up on the third floor.
Ooh, we're fancy. That's right, I forgot.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna have him tell me which one is his room. I'm gonna run upstairs and grab some of my like drawings and stuff, especially of the little trees and stuff, like some of the stuff that I had drawn about. And I'm gonna knock on Andrew. I'm gonna listen to Andrews' door first before I knock on it.
Okay, make a perception check.
$17.
You kind of put your ear to the door and you hear very, very faintly a sound you're well familiar with, quill scratching on parchment.
And I knock.
The door opens. You see Master Andrews Yes. Can I help you with something?
There really isn't anything personal in these, but I figured you might want some pictures
Ooh,
and some notes.
illustrations. That will be most helpful.
They're not the best, but they're kind of what I remember.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will add these to my notes.
Okay. And then just give them back to me when you're done. And
And he just
Leave.
kind of turns. He's forgotten to shut the door. He's already.
of course
just,
he has. I'll pull it shut for him.
Right. So meanwhile, Obrus is talking to Arabelle. So, you spent time at the sanctum training, and Dilbus, short fellow.
Yes, Father Dilbus was my mentor while I was training originally to be a cleric.
We've met. Interesting
He's a
little
good-
fellow.
He's a good man.
So it would seem. And you, Lady Tasha, I believe I know your commanding officer.
That wouldn't surprise me. He seems to know more than most people.
Yes. Yes, he's a droll fellow.
That
But
he
I-
is.
I find I quite like him. We have a similar sense of humor.
Indeed.
Ah. Welcome back, Zorath.
Hello. What's your first thing to do since he's gonna be
Well, this afternoon we are supposed to meet with a representative from Lord Tremaine, who will take us down into the grove. And we will begin our investigation. Having passed through the Everwood on the way here, we have a decent amount of experience in its warping properties. It's not anything you and I, of course, are unfamiliar with, but strange to see it affecting an entire region.
Did you see any pink bugbears? We did.
No, I don't believe that we did.
every magic, not just our kind, every magic is affected. And then I re-explain her
Even
beard of
mine
feathers.
felt
It's all wild. Everything.
Yes. Yes, we actually gave Audrey a cantrip on a scroll to read, and it warped. So,
Audrey and I point back to the couple that are they still there?
yes. That's the young lady at the table.
Audrey
She
and
is
him?
she is my valet. Kaith is Indruz's valet.
Okay.
Obrus,
Yes,
may I make a request?
of course.
I pull the weapon out, my sword, and lie it on the table.
Oh, the scimitar, the fancy one?
Arya. Is there a way to determine whether or not this is a sentient weapon?
Oh, absolutely. A simple identify spell should reveal that.
Okay.
Have you had the weapon identified?
We have.
Zorath, have you learned that spell?
I have not.
We must see about remedying that before we depart. If you're going to be traveling and encountering strange magical items, it's imperative that you be able to discover if they are helpful or harmful and exactly what their properties are. But if you like, I can check for you now. It'll just take but a moment.
That'd be helpful.
Please.
Picks up the sword or the scimitar and immediately begins casting the spell. Closes his eyes, concentrates on it for a moment, opens them and hands it back to you. And when he describes the magical properties, it's exactly what you were told the first time.
Okay.
I sense,
Thank you. That gives me mind.
I sense no intelligence or empathy in this particular object. It simply seems to be enchanted.
I'm gonna send you what the information for the scimitar was, just to have, if you want it.
Sure.
Mike.
You can send it to me too, because I don't remember. It's
Oh.
in my notes somewhere, but
Okay, cool.
Yep. Well, that gives me a little bit of peace of mind anyway. There's been some discussion that maybe it's a little nastier than what
no,
we
it
might have.
appears to be quite harmless. It's a
Well.
simple enchantment. Harmless to the wielder, of course.
Right.
Why did you think it might be sentient?
Well, we didn't know. We, because of its nature, we didn't want it to be.
Insight check.
Roll it.
Just a weird question to ask, right? Like, why would you want to know it's sentient? Like, it's so rare. Ten.
16 on deception.
Roll a 4. I
Yeah,
have a +6 on insight.
what he's saying seems legit enough.
Yeah.
Come on, dice. Why you let me down?
Don't fuck me, Gil. Right.
No. Even though you're not even your dice, you still get blamed, Gil.
Right?
I told him that on Twitter once. He laughed. He actually responded.
All right. Well, I put the weapon away, and what are we going to do today? We have nothing to do today.
I think we're investigating. We're going to the grove with them.
Oh yeah.
And
That's
who
always
is
fun.
this local scholar you mentioned?
Athgar.
Oh, Athgar. Yeah.
Should we summon him as well?
We should.
You want to go?
Who are you meeting? Which representative from
I-
Lord Tremaine?
Do not know. They are supposed to meet us here shortly after lunch.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, we can check in with Athgar then. He's usually easy to find in the inner enclave.
All we got to do is show up, and then they'll go get him.
Yeah, that's just me. That's just me.
All right. So, Oberus excuses himself, asks if you'll join him for lunch,
We will.
and heads back upstairs. So, You have the rest of the morning to do with as you wish.
What does Overus do?
He went back up to his room.
Oh, okay.
Um,
So let me just tell you what I explained to Zori. I didn't want to say it in front of Oberus. When I was meditating yesterday, I heard a voice in my head.
Okay.
And had
I-
weird dreams, and we don't dream during our trance.
What kind of dreams?
It was of Granella and the incident.
So you had a vision and you heard voices?
I heard a voice.
what did the voice say?
It said,
Kill your
That-
party. Sorry.
yeah,
Wrong voice.
yeah.
Look,
It
you.
said that I indeed got duped and that I was at a crossroads and needed to make a choice about how to deal with it.
Did you see this voice?
Nope.
Jeff, does this sound familiar? I mean, it seems to me similar to the visions I've had, right? And when I heard Torora speak to me.
In that it's a vision with a voice, yes. But otherwise, what he's describing bears little similarity beyond the basics to what you've experienced.
And I suggested that it might be a sentient weapon, which is why he had Oberus to check to see if it was the weapon. I mean, we know nothing about that weapon. I mean, she told us what it was like, but then, could have been sentient. We don't know.
It's
Well, now we do.
not exactly, but I mean, I've had similar experiences with Torora.
I highly doubt that one of the gods is going to come and speak to me in my trance.
Why not?
Ooh, that'd be so cool.
Because we don't see eye to eye.
Oh boy, that would be funny though.
Well,
And I
here's
just start to laugh.
that I have
That would be funny.
learned that
That's hilarious.
you don't necessarily have to believe in a god for a god to believe in you.
Yeah, well. They can believe whatever they want to believe. And it's not that I don't believe in gods, I just don't believe that gods are going to help.
Torora helps us.
My god helps us too.
Yes, Dressine also has given us.
And in her own little
God's
way.
never helped us.
Well, the gods brought you the both of us.
Oh, so you're putting our faith in the gods' purview.
No, I'm just pointing out that you are actually dealing with two paladins. And it is because of those gods that we, the two of us, can wield magic at all. And that has, we go to my temple to get help.
I am no longer blue.
I understand that your life has been hard and my life has been hard too. But you have to recognize that there have been little glimmers of good in there.
Let's just say anything positive that's happened in my life has been self-made. It hasn't been because of the gods' intervention.
Okay.
Zori's sitting at this table because of God's intervention. So, a God's intervention.
I mean, you don't have to believe anything. I'm not asking you to change your beliefs. But there have been several examples of God's helping us when they didn't have to.
And it's just one explanation.
And we do help ourselves. We do use our wits and we use our talents to help each other and those that we deem need our help.
Much like the gods.
Yep. But when people start having dreams when they're not supposed to be having dreams, and they're being questioned about making decisions about how things are going, that does sound like it might be divine intervention.
Yeah, I suppose it could be.
Or
But
some sort of patron of some kind.
Or
a
it
patron.
or it could be a sign of some sort of illness. You see Aloric standing there.
Yeah, I'm
It's
gonna
not-
hope you're not crazy.
A mental disorder.
that's true.
Perhaps your first stop should be to take him to a cleric.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Well, I suppose we should go see, Father, what's his name?
Who, what, why?
How many temples are there in town? There's the tower, there's the Temple of Drespine.
I think we're best going to. Drespine.
There is a temple to Balmus, the holy house of Pharos, which is the death god by your house.
Nope.
And there is a righteous chapel of trade, which is Eidos.
We're not
Nope.
going there.
So I'm guessing that we're going to
Drespine or Balmus would be your best bets. But since you
Drespine.
have a connection to the Temple of Drespine,
Yeah.
Well, what are we going there for? To see if he's...
To see if I've got God mojo.
Well, no, I mean, we kind of need to make sure that you're not being bespelled or cursed in some way.
Oh,
It just seems to me that if it was a deity that's speaking to me directly, they would have something to say and not
Oh, they don't work that way.
stating the obvious.
Change your voice.
Oh boy.
Hints along the way.
It's like, you were duped. Yes, I know. You have a decision to make. Yeah.
Well, we were duped because we showed compassion to someone. Are you
Right.
going to stop doing that?
Well, let's just say it'll never happen again.
But you're not going to not help people.
So a cleric.
Yeah.
you know that Father Underwood's just down the road.
Yep.
Fine.
Yeah.
Get this over with.
we do have some time to kill.
Yeah. Make our way down there. Or Airman does.
We all will go.
All right. Well, you come wandering in, and you see the little halfling priest of Drespine just dusting a shelf. And he turns around and says, "Oh, Tasha, so nice to see you, dear.
Nice to see you as well.
And you've brought company.
Yes.
How can I help you?"
Well, Airman here had some kind of dream yesterday.
Forgive me, but I didn't think that your kind dreamed.
We don't.
I
We don't hear
understand now.
voices accompanying the dreams either.
Oh my. Well, that would be worrisome. Right, how can I help?
Well, I want to find out if it was God or not that was talking to me.
I think you've vastly overestimated my abilities.
I look at Tasha and just go,
Well, I think we were looking to see if maybe something was mentally wrong with you as well.
Yes, we were checking to make sure that he hasn't come down with some illness or.
Curse.
Well, that I might be able to help with. Come over and sit down over here. And the rest of you can wait over there, please.
Okay.
he does.
I want to watch.
Stand over and look, like, peer,
No, I just want to.
try to look.
Irma gives them the Aecathan version of the bird.
I'm looking from an educational standpoint. It's beyond my abilities as a cleric, but I did train for a while, so I'm just watching to see what he's doing.
All right, let's see how we're going to approach this. Well, we'll start off just with some basic detections and see what we can find.
Cool.
And he immediately begins singing a soft tune and reaches out and puts his hand on Ehrman's chest, and you see a glow surround Ehrman briefly, and then the glow kind of leaves Ehrman and comes back up into Father Underwood and sort of diffuses. And he says, well, that's good. I don't detect any poisons in his system, nor do I detect the presence of any disease.
That's good.
So at least we can rule that out. He hums another tune and looks carefully. Apart from the scimitar, do you have anything else that's magical?
The cloak.
The cloak. He says, right, I sense two pieces of magic on you, the cloak that you're wearing and the weapon at your hip. But I don't sense anything else, so doesn't appear to be a spell. He casts another spell and looks at Ehrman and says, and I'm not picking up any trace of evil. So, that's good. Well, let's see. I guess, the only other thing to do is, to find out if it's a curse or not. This will take a little longer. It's a little more complicated, but bear with me. And he begins to sing a tune, and somehow begins to produce two separate melodic lines at the same time.
Ooh, I love that.
That intertwine and spin around each other. And he reaches out and touches Ehrman's chest again, and you see this white energy flow down his arm and into Ehrman, and just he glows for a moment and then it fades away. And he says, well, there was no curse either. If that was a curse, we'd have seen the effect of the curse being pulled out of his body. But
Wow.
the spell just faded. So, I think you're healthy. I don't think there's anything physically or mentally wrong with you. So, I'm afraid you're going to have to look for your answers somewhere else.
Who's
That leaves us
surprised?
with the patron
Half
idea
the shot.
or the divine idea.
Still pretty cool.
Glad you're not hurt. Glad you're not sick.
Well, that's good to know because I can't do the first, but I could do the other 3 things. So
Well,
good to know what to do.
thank you for doing that.
Have a seat for a moment. I'll
not
be.
done?
I'm going to try one more thing, so I'll be back.
Okay.
And he walks over to the altar, kneels down in front of it, and begins humming this very low melody. And it goes on for several seconds. And then he looks up. Stands up, walks over, and says, Jogravanan is kind today. You are not afflicted by anything harmful at the moment. Nothing. I asked, and she told me. Physically, mentally, you're healthy.
That's good.
You have a full bill of health. Nice.
And I go,
Again.
thanks. And I go, thanks. Tell her thanks.
I do every day.
Again, thank you.
I
And,
dropped that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and if you might be able to make a small donation, that would be much appreciated.
Naturally.
I dropped 5 gold in the plate.
Girl, you
Okay.
don't have 5 gold to drop.
I have like 100 and some gold. What do you mean I don't have any?
Oh,
Plus,
okay.
we're gonna go and get our money back from paying rent for a year.
Cross gave us 100 gold pieces, remember?
So, as we're walking out, I look at Arabelle
Gem.
and I say, you see, I'm not crazy. My sister had me tested.
Just because there's no thing that they can test for doesn't mean you're sane.
She has her there.
Let's just say there's nothing that the gods could figure out.
Well, this doesn't leave us with too many options.
It is what it is. Just wanted to let you guys know what was happening.
All right.
Well, hopefully it'll lead us in the right direction.
I guess.
I mean,
All right.
there isn't a lot that we can do until it talks to you some more, so. I guess, I don't know, we don't have, oh gosh!
What? What?
I need to go over to the house. I did tell Zek that he could carve his own way, right? We told him that, and I need to go see how far he went or what, because we didn't actually go down in that part. Because I told the guys that they said, you know, where do you want us to meet it? And I said, I don't know. And I talked to Zek, and Zek said he'd take care of it, I think. Something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
So, if we don't have anything else to do, I'd love to run over to the house real quick and see how well that was taken care of.
Well, I'm gonna take that writ and
Oh yeah, we need to go to
get
the tower.
reimbursed. So we can all get our money back.
Are you alright, Irma?
Yeah, I've been tested.
That makes it worse. Because at least if we'd found something, we would have known what it was. Otherwise, you just have strange voices appearing in your not dreams.
Well, I have a feeling that if it appeared once, it'll happen again. If it is an actual conscience
Thing.
that's doing it.
Maybe it was yourself?
Maybe. Although it didn't sound like me.
Did it sound like me?
No.
Okay, good.
All right, so Zora's going to the house. Tasha's going to the keep.
I need to talk to you, Arabelle.
Okay. I guess we're gonna go chat.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll take care of this fairly quickly. Zorath, you get to the house and you see the guys that were working on the tunnel packing
Yep.
up.
Everything good?
Yeah, except for the scaly dog thing. That was interesting.
I told you about him.
Yeah,
Everything
but
okay,
I
though?
hadn't seen him before. He's not very nice.
He's grumpy.
But I guess the tunnel goes all the way through now because he found our part from his end. So I guess we're done.
And I pay them
All right.
however much it costs.
It was like, I think you owed them another 10 gold.
I think so too.
I think it was
Not,
20
we'll
and you
figure
gave
it
them
out.
10 up front.
Yes.
Yeah.
And everything is ship shape and solid and
Yeah. They
this
had
part
the,
looks lovely. Thank you.
they had the cover on Friday. So
Right, I remember that.
all that was left was to connect the bottom of what they dug to Zach's cave.
Yes.
And he has taken care of that. So
Well, thank you very much.
sure. No problem. Bye.
Bye. And I go down the little thing and knock on the door at Zek's part.
What?
Is this good?
What good?
Door out.
Oh, yeah. Door out good. Keep
Okay.
it ugly. Stupid.
Yes. Are those other mushrooms working out okay?
Starting to grow.
Exciting.
We'll
Have a
try,
good day.
we'll try making them into potions later.
Oh, no. Not those ones. Those ones are for food.
Oh. Then why Zach grow?
They might work for potions. I don't know.
They also work for gold.
What?
They also work for gold.
Right. No, I know. I'm just going to tell him that, but I'm trying to think of how to say that because he doesn't really have a need for that.
Oh boy.
If they don't work for potions, other people will buy them and give you lots of gold for them.
Zach get gold for a mushroom?
Yes,
For the pink ones.
the pink ones. If they don't work in potions.
We'll find out when ready.
Okay.
Need time to grow.
Okay.
Grow slower than brown.
They do. It's supposed to taste really good.
Sec will try.
Okay. Well, bye. Thanks for coming to our party.
Good food.
I'm glad. And then I shut the door and I don't like tap it, but I just like pat it like a job well done kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then come out his little exit and kind of look around the house. Are the chairs and tables and stuff still there?
Nope.
They're gone. Okay.
Yep.
Sweet. I'm very excited, and I head back to the Wrath.
All right. Tasha, you go to the keep, hand in the writ, and the clerk hands you a bag of 160 gold.
Sweet. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
And I go back to the inn.
Okay. All right, Harriman and Arabelle, you want to do this tonight or do this next week?
We can do this next week. It might be a little bit of an involved conversation.
Okay. All right. Then that's where we'll stop for the night. Next week, we'll start off with this conversation, and then
We'll roll initiative. I'm
it's
totally
back
kidding.
into the grove
Back into the grove.
with Obrus and his companion.
Our next phase of our story.
What do
Yep.
valets do?
They cart the mage's stuff.
Okay.
Like
Just-
they carry their luggage and assist them as needed.
They're gophers.
Things,
They're
test their
basically their non-magical assistants.
Right. Kind of like little butlers.
Yeah.
Valets.
That's what a valet is a butler.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make absolute sure that I knew what I was talking about.
Yep. All right. Hope you enjoyed the evening. Remember, we will be back. Mike and I will be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, for GM chat, and then we're done for the week. But we'll start everything all over again on Sunday. Head to
special guest on Beth Board remotely.
Oh, nice.
Woohoo!
And head to artifactsworldswide.com to check out the schedule of all of our shows. And as I said, we'll be back next Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, to once again welcome you back to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Night.